What's going on, everybody? How is everyone doing? Happy late Thursday, early Friday, depending on where you are. For me, it's 12:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, did you all really think I would go 2 days or 2 nights without doing a live? We've got to discuss this with Candace. Girl, I heard she was off her rocker today. How about that? You can't make this stuff up. When you start using the word Christian in air quotes, and then turn around talking about Christ is King, while you use Christianity or the term Christianity or Christian in air quotes, is highly hypocritical. But because she's a narcissist, she doesn't care. So we're going to be doing her show from yesterday and today. All right. She said, because I was able to catch a little bit of her episode from today. She mentioned in the end that she will be going or bringing more tomorrow, which is Friday. I at least want to be caught up. But in the meantime, we got some videos to check out, you all. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button as you come in and drop the number like you are in the chat. And I encourage all of those who are enjoying this content to make sure you subscribe to the Lady Luck Club, as well as my second channel on YouTube, the Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. I appreciate all of you guys for supporting me here. So, when you manage to piss off Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, Poe Deacon, when you manage to irritate him, she's obviously said and done some dumb things. Then she goes on Piers Morgan. I don't know why he keeps platforming her. And of course, you guys saw the thumbnail, and I went and did the screenshot. I have not heard the full, whatever you want to call it, what she did with him on her show tonight, because I refuse to call it an interview. You don't throw out leading softball questions and call it a crap an interview. It's an insult to the aspect of journalism. So, I was able to capture that snippet. And if you guys see what she presented as his so-called identification, it's all redacted. How are we able to how can we even begin to verify this person unless there's some order or something from some court trying to get his DNA, because, we have no way to verify his identity any other way. Everything's redacted. And then the stuff that you can see is blurred out. So when she gets to that segment of her show, I did a snippet of it and zoomed in. It does indicate on this one of the IDs for the VA card, U.S. Army. Now, for all of those that are military, active duty, or veteran, either way, tell me when we get to that point, please tell me if those identifications are legitimate. And then one of the photos looked like he just took it today because he's wearing the same black collar shirt. So it makes you wonder if these cars are real and belong to someone else, or if they're just forged in fraud. Because either way, Candace, don't act like you can't be named as a co-defendant in anything along with this clown you had on your show. I mean, just the dumbest stuff. You put up stuff that everything is redacted. No way to verify him in any lifetime, whether it's his so-called past life or him as someone else named Harry. No way to verify that. So I hope the FBI is paying attention, because if they do nothing about this BS and they can simply do a facial recognition or some sort of analysis, because we can't really go anywhere nowadays without being captured on some camera. And then, of course, they can pixelate this photo and then run it through the system, compare it to other photos to see if they get a match or not. I get the feeling that if DNA was done, or even a facial recognition analysis was done, that it will not match the same person on those ID cards. Whatever that ID, the VA card, and that the other ID for military, it won't match those photos. That's just my discernment. Period. But thankfully we have ways to determine it with science, because science, DNA, hair follicle, saliva swab, blood draw. It's not even hard, Candace. So you bringing him on, all you did was give us an image that we can run through a system to match up to really see who he is. I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI does grow a spine and decide to handle something like this. At least do a preliminary investigation to see if the cards are real or if it belongs to this person on her show. If it doesn't, they need to pursue charges, because that would be a form of either identity theft if he stole this so-called identity from someone, or identity fraud, which would, it just means you making this shit up. You're making up this identity. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable the length she's going through just to try to save face. Candace, Erica Kirk and TPUSA can still sue your ass. They really can. So it's going to be interesting, you all. So buckle up. And I'm in this for the long haul. I've got time. Yep, I've got time. So we're going to try to get through some of the other videos that I've put to the side, because it I can't just listen to her, and y'all know I can't listen to her along without you all. But I want to show some other videos where great minds think alike, sort of thing. And if you haven't noticed, there is an announcement up. We will be having Nick Brooks in the Lady Luck Club on Saturday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the California attorney, the young man that you guys are looking here on the screen. He will be joining us in the Lady Luck Club on Saturday, December 20th, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And of course, he's in California. So he was gracious enough to, respond and agree to coming on and discussing a myriad of things. Overall, the dangers of just, weaponizing conspiracy theories, because it gets to a point where you just don't believe anything in reality. And it's kind of like, what's the point? Because you're not really enjoying life if you don't believe anything is real. And then, of course, speaking on Candace, the Macron lawsuit, as far as any information he can provide without, he's careful to not use terminology and wording to kind of give off the impression that he's giving legal advice or anything like that. So whatever he is comfortable with discussing with the Macron lawsuit, as far as his insight and his thoughts on it, we'll be talking about that. Yay! I'm so excited. I just absolutely love, being able to, have these discussions with people like Milk Bar and, of course, Nick Brooks. We've had John, who is a fantastic content creator, a couple months back, and we had a great discussion with that. So, John Wilcox. Sorry, we have people coming into the LLC, dropping the tea, dropping receipts, dropping their knowledge or their thoughts and opinions on things. And hopefully you guys will be able to tune in. Christmas is next week. I get it. But I had to do, a discussion with Nick Brooks, and I'm so excited. Plus, he's a bar license attorney. Candace, you're gonna lose that lawsuit to the Macrones. I hope you know that. In case I haven't, said it 1,000 times, you're gonna lose, girl. Oh, okay. Before we get to this helpful, let me just read some comments. How y'all doing? First of all, hit the like button. I appreciate you all. 71 people watching. Hit that like button. Now come on in here. We're gonna get started. All right, we're gonna get some likes in. Caleb, what's going on? Number one like. Oh, finally we're live. I've been waiting. I know. Y'all have a regular job during the day. So, and of course, my kids and stuff, and we're getting ready for next week. I'm excited about it. So I'm gonna still go live next week. But of course the live streams are gonna be a little bit shorter, because I'm definitely gonna be spending some time with my babies on for Christmas next week. during their break, and I'm excited about that. So um, make sure you guys tune in Saturday because that's gonna be the longer live streams we do here in the LLC until after Christmas is done. Because New Year's is New Year's. But um y'all make sure you tune in. Mark your calendars. Thank you all so much. I know it's been a minute. Work is work. What's going on, Francisca? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all. How's it going? Shout out to the UK. Let's see here. I just want to make sure I get some of you guys comments up. See stars in the house. Thank you so much for joining in. Just finished the football game, so I'm ready. Y'all listen. I'm not even timing myself. I always say I'm gonna try my best to get through this and not pause. Yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna just give that false hope. So this might be a long one, but a good one. Uh, thank you, Jacqueline. Man, please let me know if I'm mispronouncing your name. It's so sickening. She's blaming Erica again. Yeah, I heard. Candace, they're gonna sue you. See, this is why I said that if Erica was to ever respond to Candace Owens, the alien, she needs to do it with an attorney. Put a one in the chat if you recall me saying this at least 4 times. I've said at least 4 times in at least 3 different videos. Erica Kirk does not need to respond to Candace unless she's doing it with an attorney or even through an attorney, meaning she doesn't say anything and the attorney puts out the statements. That's it. Now, Erica, you had to be a little hard-headed, girl, and fly your behind out there to Tennessee. And unless you're going out there to record her slandering and defaming you or TPUSA in person in the state of Tennessee, and you're just getting everything for the record, and you still plan on doing this, yeah, I don't see how her meeting with Candace was personally a good idea. I would not have done that. And she didn't bring her attorney out there with her. She called the attorney over the phone, but they weren't even obligated to tell Candace anything of what they said. They could have literally said, listen, we don't want to have any discussions over the phone. If she's asking questions like this, maybe she should consult with her own attorneys. She's got 3 of them. But if you're going to bring the attorneys in on the phone, why didn't you just bring them with you? At least one. Like it just, we don't have anything, as far as evidence so that we can see or listen into what they discuss. So Candace could be out here just saying, yeah, we talked about this, we talked about that, and be lying like hell, like she always does. Don't expect a narcissist to tell the truth or understand the definition of hypocrisy. It goes over their heads. Shout out to you for the 199 super. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And it's an absolute blessing. I want to make sure I get some of you all's comments in. Colleen said, what's going on? The truth is life is in the house. LLC, I found a lot of dirt on that guy. So you have an email so I can send it ASAP. Yes. Email me, Lady Luck Club, LLC at yahoo.com. And I'll drop it in the chat right quick. So I'm still catching up. I was able to get at least Nick's email in so I could schedule the live stream for Saturday. But oh man, I'm so excited. So y'all make sure y'all come ready with your questions. And it can't be like legal advice or anything, but just his thoughts on his outlook on the various things we're going to discuss. Come prepared to ask some questions about Candace. The conspiracy theory is out of control. It's just ridiculous. Yes, please email me. Hit me up. Y'all know you guys can email me. Let's see here. You have to see what I found, LLC. Okay. I'll check the once I get the video going, I'll go and check my email and see what you're sending over. Oh, it's about Candace. Yeah. I found them. Really? Yeah, because I was about to go into the whole DNA thing. It's not like they can't get a hair sample and run it through and see, who he really is. It's just so crazy. The fact that she actually expects everyone on earth to believe anything coming out of her mouth. Laughable. We'll leave it up to the candy ass cult members. We won't do that here. We're not gonna believe anything. I'm not. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna speak for me. I will not believe anything Candace Owens says. I don't owe her that. I don't have to. Then she's not producing evidence to corroborate anything she says. She just throws out fluff and word salad and spaghetti on the wall. Candace, I'm still gonna be reporting on their Macron lawsuit. Oh man. Shout out to another 199 super. Thank you so much. ID card says 431 DOB only 30 days in April. You gotta be kidding me. It was so redacted. Y'all saw the thumbnail? It was so redacted you couldn't even see that. April has April has 30 days. And it's funny because people forget that March has 31 days. And lucky for me, my birthday falls on the 31st of March. Lucky me. The day that everybody keeps forgetting. I can't believe it would be hard to believe that the Department of Defense that's issuing these, military IDs and all of that somehow didn't know that April only has 30 days. Oh my goodness. So either he forced it or someone is, trying to troll Candace. You can't make this up. Candace, your tip line is ridiculous, girl. I hope they trolling the hell out of you. You can't make this up. Thank you so much for the 199 super. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you got my email. I just dropped it in the chat. He's got a lot of dirt. Oh man. What? Medically discharged in 96. What the heck? It's a money grab. Oh, Lord. Thank you so much, Francisca. There's my email address. What's going on, Ken? How y'all doing? Hopefully everybody is well. What's S-File? Shout out to my moms. Thank you so much, you guys, for tuning in. Eminem is in the house. I'm ready to get started if you all are, because we got a lot to cover. And let me get a few more emails in. Yeah, there's some ones. Yeah, because Erica, I told you, don't go out and respond to Candace unless you have an attorney. Or you're doing it through your attorney, or, even with the debunking session they were supposed to do, to which I personally would not have canceled that at the behest of Candace Owens, because all the line and the nonsense she's been putting out for 3.5, almost 4 months is not worthy of anyone giving her the benefit of the doubt. So since no one owes her that, I would not have canceled that debunking video, that stream. It's mighty funny how, somehow Megyn Kelly knows, or she wants to claim she brought these two together, and Candace didn't even make an effort to do that. And she's grown. Candace Owens is grown as hell. Megyn, you said you were not trying to be mother of the internet. What the hell are you doing? The hypocrisy, once again, is staggering. Megyn Kelly is an embarrassment to any law school she attended, any other bar license attorney, or even a lawyer. Just an insult. It's unbelievable. All this time she could have put Candace in check and did it the right, with love, I guess. This is what happens when you allow people to lie without consequences, to do this with impunity. It gets out of control. Next thing you know, now she's weaponizing conspiracy theories and trying to appeal to everyone's emotions and all this nonsense. You can't make this stuff up. She should not have went out there to Tennessee unless she was trying to get a record, and she recorded it. Tennessee is a one-party consent state, Candace. They don't need your permission to record you in Tennessee. Makes no sense. So yeah, I wouldn't even bother with it. I agree, Mimi. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done that. I was watching Candace. Apparently, the candy ass has told her not to drink the water during the meeting. They told her not to drink the water. Candace was in her home state. If anything, she had the advantage. Erica Kirk and somebody else flew out to her. Like I said, unless they're trying to say, okay, we just want to go out here and get things on the record. And she has to say this stuff to my face. Because she can't say, she didn't tell me, even though she can. But if they went out there and they recorded it, then it would be very impossible for Candace to lie because they could have. They don't owe her any, the chivalry is there. They don't owe her anything. They could have just recorded it and been done with it. In the same way Candace leaks text messages and all this other crap from group chats, they should have put that video out there and said, yeah, we went out here, we recorded it. We don't need her permission. What's the worst that can happen? Her throw a tantrum? She can't sue her. She didn't need her permission to record her in the public. So no. 4-hour, 5-hour meeting. And for what? For her to still be at it. You can't make this up. I hope you're paying attention, Erica Kirk, because, at some point you're going to have to put a kibosh on this. You're going to have to. Let's see here. All right, y'all. Let's get started. We're going to start this off with Nick Brooks. Absolutely. Fantastic attorney that has put up some content. And yes, he does talk about other topics and other people. But I love his insight as well on Candace Owens. And it's good to hear the perspective of an actual attorney. If I have any questions or anything, I go to the experts. So make sure you guys do the same. Check out his YouTube channel. If I can get one of the mods, please drop his YouTube channel link in the chat. That will be fantastic. Make sure you guys check out his great content he's been doing, and he tells it like it is. Of course, he knows how to remain impartial. He doesn't directly accuse Candace of anything. And when he's giving his thoughts on something, he will lead it with, this person said, that person said, or the court document said, so that he can give his own thoughts about what's being said, the lawsuit itself, those types of things. He's not accusing anyone of directly being involved in a cover-up. Because Candace, that's not necessary at all. But because you're bad at this, I'm going to show you how it's done. Can't make this up. All right, y'all. Hit the like button on his content as well. And let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see and hear.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California attorney, and today we're looking at how Candace Owens changed her legal position the moment she told Piers Morgan that she will not stop with her Charlie Kirk assassination theories. Erica Kirk went on national television and said that she had one word for Candace Owens and others spreading conspiracies about her husband's death. Stop. That's it. Stop. After a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica, Candace sat down with Piers Morgan and publicly vowed to keep going. The legal hinge here is defamation, notice, and actual malice. Here's the relevant timeline very quickly. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, Owens suggested that there was a bigger plot hinting at federal actors, foreign governments, and even people inside Turning Point knowing he'd been shot. Erica, dealing with the grief and safety fears, called the conspiracies a mind virus and begged for them to stop. On a CBS town hall, she looked into the camera and said, "Stop. That's it. Stop." Then Erica and Candace had a 4.5-hour private meeting, and days later, Candace went on Piers Morgan uncensored to explain why she will not stop. On Piers Morgan's show, Candace made 3 big legal moves. First, she admitted she doesn't have concrete evidence for some of the people she suspects, which is why she won't name them publicly. Second, she insisted she will continue investigating and talking about a cover-up around Charlie's death, saying she will not stop until she feels confident about who killed him. Third, she pushed back on Piers' Alex Jones comparison, but did not retreat from implying powerful people may be involved. That all matters for her risk profile. In plain English, defamation is a false statement of fact about a real person that harms their reputation. Because this is a high-profile political tragedy, any lawsuit from Erica, TPUSA insiders, or officials would almost certainly be a public figure case, which means they must prove actual malice. Actual malice does not mean anger. It means Candace either knew what she was saying was false or seriously doubted it and said it anyway. Notice and her own on-air admissions are key evidence on that question. Before the interview, Candace could argue that she was just asking questions with incomplete information. After Erica's stop moment, the documented meeting, and Piers' episode, her notice picture is now very different. Erica has publicly called these stories lies and a mind virus and reportedly walked Candace through timelines and records. On Piers, Candace acknowledges she lacks concrete proof and still commits to continuing. If a plaintiff sues later, that looks like a clear notice plus decision to press on anyway. Legally, the Piers Morgan interview does not create a brand new cause of action, but it strengthens the mental state element in any future cases. A plaintiff can now argue that she was told to stop. She was shown documentation. She admitted that she does not have solid evidence, and she still promised a global audience she will keep suggesting there's a conspiracy and a cover up. That sequence helps them argue reckless disregard and could support higher damages if a court finds her statements are defamatory in the first place. Candace still has real defenses. She can say she never literally accused Erica or a named TPUSA figure of murder, that she's discussing public records and inconsistencies, and that she's offering opinion and questions on public issues. She'll point to the free speech
Mm-hmm.
protections around commentary on high profile crimes and politics. But the more her content sounds like concrete claims about identifiable people being part of a cover up, the more she repeats that after notice, the thinner those protections get,
Yep.
especially if a court hears she had no concrete evidence. If you
Oh my God, y'all. This is okay. This goes to speak on the defamation aspect with the malice intent. Something she's already being sued for by, the French president and the first lady, because she purported it to be a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man. That is not a fundamental fact. It has not been established as a fact either. And so when you sit here and say things with an actual affirmative allegation, or she's literally said it is a fact, and it keeps doubling down on it, they have already sent her exhibits. They've already debunked her. They've already asked her to correct the record. Seeing her pattern of behavior, I don't understand why TPUSA and Erica Kirk would even give her the benefit of the doubt that she would stop. Even when Erica said, please stop, she kept going. So, I mean, another added reason, unless they were going out there to record her ass, and Erica Kirk, I guess, just wanted Candace to lie to her face or to see how crazy she is over this, nonsense. I don't see the point of going out there. I just didn't see the point. They could have had Candace could have went to Phoenix, but she didn't do that. And it's insane. But he is spot on. So you guys know he's going to be joining us in the LLC on Saturday. We're going to dive deeper into that and probably play this video again, because if there's a chance TPUSA does sue her, they have so far ample evidence to show malice intent. Ample. All her videos are telling on her. Her going on Russell Brand, all these podcasts and all these other, like Piers Morgan, and still saying the same thing. It, you know, it's just more evidence. That's why, me personally, I don't want her to shut up. I want her to keep talking, despite the fact that, once again, Erica Kirk told her to shut up. I mean, to stop. And Candace herself was the one that said only Erica Kirk has the power and the ability to tell me to shut up, be quiet, or stop. She says, please stop. She said it twice. Candace didn't take heed to it. It's like, what more else do you need to see that she's the seed of Chucky? You can't make this up. Candace has no respect for the rule of law or anyone else's rights. You're talking about someone that is just infamous for doxing people and nothing else. Oh, and then also for, claiming herself to be an alien. Candace, we're just going to go with that. Oh, man. Let's finish this out and we'll get to the next one. It's 3 that I have total that I want to play from Nick Brooks. So let's get to the next one.
found this video helpful, hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments, after telling Piers Morgan that she has no concrete evidence but will not stop, is Candace still just asking questions or daring someone to sue her? If someone you know follows Candace Owens or works in the political media, send this to them so they can see how the Piers Morgan interview changed the legal risk. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. We get
I'm
to
Nick
the next
Brooks,
one. So I got your email, Truth, and I'm looking at this here. Let me pause. Because I'm getting a link to some court documents. You can't make this up. So before I show that, it's an appellate decision on, it's like a criminal matter. Yeah, it was a criminal matter. So let me pull up the information. Shout out to Truth. Just sent over to me. It's a series of photos because you can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this stuff up. Let me share my screen. Kat said, "Did you see Erica's speech to Open and Fest? She tongue in cheek got candy ass. Did she? I haven't seen it. I got you, Drew. We coming right on up. Hilarious. April 31st. I said all the proof. We're about to check this out, y'all. This is something else. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button as well. I appreciate all of you all and the support you're giving me here. Just hit that like button, you all, so we can keep these videos in the algorithm because, you know, Candace is still stupid. You can't make this up. This is insane. Oh my God. Okay. So let's do this. Let's start with this. PTSD. This was just January 1 of 2025. What the? I know damn well he's not proclaiming to be a disabled man. From, I mean, really, you can't make this up. This is crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, I know the live stream tomorrow is going to be long as hell. I got a lot of content to catch up on. You miss one day with this clown, and it's like she gives you content to last for a week of one video. And more than likely, if she goes live tomorrow, she's only doing that because she missed Monday. But she's the one that chose to take the meeting with Erica Kirk. I don't understand her cult members sitting here attacking Erica when, you know, Candace doesn't have a spine. She hasn't just said flat out, Erica Kirk is responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. Like, she has not said that at all. But she might as well. She keeps insinuating it. Candace is also about, what you're inferring. Defamation per se. The average reasonable person listening to the crap coming out of your mouth would conclude that you're including Erica Kirk in this so-called cover-up of a murder of her husband. You're inferring that with all of your statements. You got this clown all over your, and she can do what she wants. She want to interview a clown and be a part of that as a co-defendant. Yeah, that'll be on her. I hope they do sue her. That's because it's the only way she's gonna really stop. She have to be sued. You can't make this stuff up. And plus, the more evidence you're giving Candace, the easier you're handing them this case. You can't make this up. Oh man. Oh, let's see here. I did catch a little bit of their live Jay Witt did with Paramount Tactical. I did catch some of that, and then Jay Witt was streaming from his channel as well. But I didn't see his live stream. He did react to Candace's show tonight. But I did catch a little bit of Paramount Tactical's live stream. They had a guest over there. I think he was one of the photographers or something like that. He's been fired and been threatened to be doxxed. It's so disgusting, and how soulless and evil Candace and her cult following is. It's laws. They don't care about laws. They just care about getting what they want because stupid reasons. And it's like, listen, Candace doesn't pay your bills. You might want to think twice if you keep perpetuating her nonsense. It's crazy. So oh man, the poor guy is just like with Phil Lyman and everyone else. People who wear maroon shirts, or the kid that almost got doxxed wearing a green hoodie. Like, this insane stuff that's going on. The donors giving money to TPUSA, and then Candace interfering with their ability to raise funds. This is crazy. So if you all see the image here. Okay, so this is the first one. Let me make sure I got the right one up. This is PTSD for veterans in Benton and Franklin counties. Hold on a second. I don't want to scroll too fast and get anything from your phone. So is he? I don't. Let me know when I'm supposed to, like, if I'm missing anything else in this. It looks like an ad, top and bottom. But this speaks to PTSD for veterans. Let me see. Let me switch it up. So let me put up the next photo. Okay. This is his LinkedIn profile. What in the hell? Does she does Candace not know he's got a LinkedIn profile? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. This is a LinkedIn profile for a Mitch Snow, Dawn Patrol at Fish at Nature. Richland, Washington. This is the state of Washington. He lives in the state of Washington. I thought he was in Arizona. Y'all let me know if that looked like the same guy that she had on her show. Did he have a beard? It don't look like the same guy on the show. Hold on. That this guy has a beard. So keep that in mind. He's got a little bit more hair. It's not as black and dark as it was on the show. This is crazy. This is his LinkedIn profile. I'll make sure you all are seeing this full. This is insane. Oh, we got another super. Let me go over the super right quick. Thank you so much, Pat Brooks, for the 1999 super early. Look, you and I have the same birthday. Yes. March 31st. I got a couple other Lucksters that have birthdays on my on March 31st. Isn't it an honor and a privilege? March 31st is the greatest date of the year. Yep, I'm saying it. That is absolutely amazing. So, we're birthday buddies. We're going to be playing the birthday song when our birthday come on. And we're going to wear it out. We're going to celebrate. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the 1999 super. You're awesome. I appreciate that. This is, okay, Truth. It's him. So it's the same person? Okay. Because that was my whole thing. It's like, okay, is this someone that is using this person's identity? Or is that actually him and then he's lying about his past life? Because who the hell is Harry Meyer? Candace asks as if no one could actually do like some sort of facial recognition of some sort, be able to determine who the hell he is. Candace, you understand? You're allowing him to sit here and claim to be someone else that his DNA may not prove to be. If he's Mitch Snow, who the hell is Harry Meyer? It's like she's desperate as hell. Candace, you don't have to be thirsty, girl. You're ridiculous. That's proof she has no content. This is insane. Okay, so I'm looking at another profile here. 12 connections. Dawn Fish Patrol Nature, December 1970 through present. 55 years, 1 month. Are you kidding me? Is that the month and year he was born? Unless this dude is at least 75 years old. How the hell are you working somewhere for 55 years in 1 month? How did we get here? Candace. Girl, you bad at this. You are bad at this. How did we get to this? How does someone work 55 years in 1 month and they don't look a day over 50 themselves? You can't make this up. Does this look like a man that's over 75? Or at the very least, maybe he started this at 18. Let's just assume that. Add on 55, you get what, 73? Does this guy look like he's over 70? What the hell? Hey, kid, you had to know I'm going to scrutinize the hell out of this crap. December 1970 through present, he's been Dawn Patrol at Fish Nature. No other job. Just this bullshit here for 55 years and 1 month. Good grief. She's an idiot. This is priceless. It's a hold on. Hold on. Not to judge you, but whenever you laugh and talk, it sounds like you're taking jabs. Many people have mistakes on their LinkedIn. Not everyone is equally tech savvy. How tech savvy do you need to be? If you put this here, you can change it. You can go in and edit. Or Google, how do I edit a LinkedIn profile? The fact that she did not show this at all, if it's the same person based on how he looks, is baffling to me. What the hell is her research team doing? And yes, I do take a lot of jabs at Candace. She deserves all of them. I don't know this guy from a can of paint, but I do know it's unless he is over 73, he's got that Benjamin Button disease or something. Maybe he's reverting back to a baby. This guy's got that Benjamin Button disease. Okay, that's not a jab. It's obvious he's got this Benjamin Button disease going on. Something from a movie. Well, how do you do that? Otherwise, how do you explain that? If he has a LinkedIn profile and he created it himself, even if he was over 70, which, let's just assume he is, right? You mean to tell me you can't go, if you put up the profile, now you don't know how to go in and edit it? How did you create it in the first place? If you're not tech savvy, you wouldn't have a LinkedIn profile. That would imply that you don't know how to even create one, let alone edit. We have to use common sense, use wisdom in all things. And in everything you do, get some understanding. This doesn't make common, basic, logical sense here. So why not go in and edit it? It's as simple as that. Well, why would they put in this December 1970? I mean, really? Was there no one around him that could help him create a LinkedIn profile? This is crazy. And it's not just that, it's the fact that he's not the same, he's not Harry Meyer. That's the whole point of this. He's still not Harry Meyer. Who the hell is that person? If it's somebody deceased and he's just taking over their identity, that's identity theft. And that's a crime. This is madness. Let's see this one right here. You got to laugh to keep from crying up in here. Yeah, I do take a lot of jabs. I really do. Because it's so stupid. If you don't laugh at it, you'll have a headache. Y'all, all right, let's look at Benjamin Button number 2. Oh, man. What's going on? No reply. I busted Mitchell, a.k.a. Harry. Check your email, LLC. Oops. I'm 2 minutes behind. Let me. 2 times for a minute. So, okay, hold on. I say her ton of room. Thank y'all so much for this information, by the way. Truth is life. You seen what I'm talking about, Michael. That's his birthday. I think I have his info screen shorted. So that's what I'm saying. He's put down his actual birthday, which is December 1990. So it definitely can't be April. If we're going on that, somehow he didn't know that that's where you put your resume. But if he doesn't mind telling people he was in the military, I would have expected his work experience to be whatever he does in the military. If he didn't want people to know, why create a LinkedIn page? Like, if I don't want people to know who I am or my double life or whatever the hell, I'm not going to go on social media and create a profile. And then you can't claim to be tech savvy and you like fundamentally don't know to stay off social media if you're trying to hide out. This is supposed to be like that area he had, that information is supposed to be his work experience. If he put his month and year he was born, I don't know what to say. Yo, by the time he's a baby, he's gonna be 112. You can't make this. So this Mitch guy is going in the reverse. Okay. I just thought he's not 73. The implications of him being born in 1970 and then saying and to say he joined the military at 18, like the timelines is off. That means the year he was discharged, it can't be in 96. I'm based on Candace timeline. This is weird. He doesn't look. Definitely does not look 73. Oh my god. Ethan Rule said my LMAFAO. Yes, he is on the run, but on the number one podcast in the world. Yeah, because she's doing this for likes, views, clicks, monies, and subs. Once again, confirmation of that. Right here from the code. Or the dumb bot that keeps copying and pasting. They're not even creative, y'all. The bots are bots. Christmas is next week. They're trying to get this bonus in. They got to push out so many comments a day because, it's what bots do. They just push out the stupid narrative. And they get mad when people don't buy into it because we don't owe them that. Yeah. She's not number one in the world either. But, bots won't scan the system to see if they're putting out something that can at least be factual. Most download, most viewed videos. Yes, that's what it said. Number one in the world overall? No. Big difference. They won't scan internet and pull that basic information. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, Mitch's story isn't just similar to Michael Young's, it is functionally identical. The only new things Mitch adds are timestamps to 35-year gag order ending in May 2025. And hey, Yuck, how you doing? So, okay, he said he left in 1990. His age will be 55 if burned in 70. So, yeah, that still does not line up when he was discharged. If he has records, like if he was in military, there would be a file on him. It will definitely have when he's discharged. That's not like certain information, like I think as long as it doesn't have your date of birth or social like that, where people can utilize, take that and do something with it. The year you were discharged from the military is not confidential information. That's not something that is considered confidential. So why would he concoct a story of when he was born or say when he was discharged if it's not accurate? If someone really wanted to see if this Mitch person is real and they do see something on file with the U.S. Army, the discharge dates aren't going to match. Why lie about it? At least make it consistent. But he's not even trying that hard. And of course, Candace never presents evidence. It's so crazy. 4 or 5 viewers, possibly many against CEO, some of the on the fence, others like me, genuine interest in the truth. You can hate her. I don't hate her. I don't know why y'all keep weaponizing that term. She said, I hate everyone. She literally said that. Those words in that order came out of her mouth. If anyone is using the word hate and abusing it, it's Candace Owens. I never said I hate her. But scrutiny is not hate. That term has a completely different definition. So if you're truly interested in the truth, can you please Google the definition of the word hate or truth? Because truth comes with a set of facts or evidence or proof or documentation. I'm just start there, because you can't say you're seeking the truth and you guys don't demand that she post evidence that directly supports whatever she's talking about. My goodness, whatever happened to this FBI text message and the FBI complaint she was supposed to be filing for this assassination attempt? Whatever happened with that? Is she just gonna completely ignore that? Because you know, that's what I'm sensing where this is going. She's just gonna kind of abandon that. If her life was in danger, she's doing things that makes no sense. But yet, no one asked if she could post the actual text message she sent to that high-ranking FBI agent or those payments from Club de Sant. You realize none of that evidence has been produced. And if I felt someone was after me from a whole nother country, I would put that out there for real. Who's that high-ranking government employee in France again? They call her. You can't make this up. You want truth, you get evidence to support it. Otherwise, it's your opinion, and Candace can have her opinion. No one has to believe her. We don't owe her that. We don't owe her fealty. It's not hate. It's called criticism. Big difference. Claiming to see Erica Kirk and Brian Harper on September 9th. This makes Mitch the bridge that brings Michael Young's 35-year-old conspiracy theory into the modern day to explain the death of Charlie Kirk. But it's not putting him in the same location too, which is crazy. You would think if he said he saw Erica Kirk on a military bases have cameras everywhere. So why not produce the surveillance camera footage? Like Candace couldn't even do that. That's just sheer incompetency and laziness. Produce video camera footage. I'm not gonna sit here and put Candace on a pedestal. She's not God. I owe her nothing. And I'm gonna continue to research and report on her and say exactly what I want to say. So here's a disclaimer. If you don't want to hear me criticize her and debunk her in my way on my channel, you're free to go. It's up to you. The end. All right, y'all. Let me get some more photos up here because we got a couple more. This one says, let me see this. Mitch Snow, 2017 by Helen. October 21, 2017. From Dive Pirates Foundation. What the heck is that? Y'all, this doesn't even look like the same guy that was on her show. Because I snipped the video with in my thumbnail. It doesn't even look like the same person. Hold on a second. Because I'm going to pull my thumbnail up. And even if he was younger, it's still just facial features and stuff. It just doesn't seem to match. If he was trying to hide too, why take photos? Unless he had a facelift. Unless this is another version of Face Off. Why take any photos? And put yourself out there where people can still identify him by his DNA. It's insane. It says here, retired Staff Sergeant Mitch Snow served in the U.S. Army Special Forces as a medic. As a small chap, but somehow he knows when a transponder is being cut off on a plane. Something that can't be seen with the naked eye. He never even explained how he was able to tell that a transponder was shut off. No black box data to support that. A small child in his life's dreams was to be a Green Beret. Oh no, not the Maroon Assassins. While scouting out a drop zone using his rock climbing training and fell more than 80 feet. That sentence makes no sense. While scouting out a drop zone using his rock climbing training, he fell? Was I supposed to say he fell more than 80 feet? I think that's what it should say. Comma, he fell, not and fell. He fell more than 80 feet. He broke both of his ankles, back, neck, and something else. This is crazy. How's he sitting upright? He broke his neck and back? You know, either he's a case study or that's just crazy. Let me get to the next photo. This is insane. He broke all of those parts of the body, and yet he's able to sit upright. What is this one here? Okay, this says Staff Sergeant Mitch Snow has been out. I'm gonna make sure you guys can see this. This is insane. Candace doing all of this and for what? To avoid the Macron's lawsuit? She just digging herself deeper and deeper into some nonsense. And who knows who this person truly is. He has been out of the military since 1996, but years later, he gets help for PTSD at Valdez and Associates. Robert Valdez is a mental health counselor in Kennewick. His office sees about 10 to 15 vets with PTSD each day. Once you see something that's so horrible, what man can do to another man? What man can do to another man? There's just some things that can't be unseen. Says Snow. He says he lost many friends to suicide because they cannot adjust. If he's lying about this, do you know how awful he would look lying about being a vet with PTSD? Like if this is a whole con for him, he doesn't realize that the military could just verify who he is. They can debunk him. This is insane. Let me look at the other because you sent me 5. Hold on a second. And this is, I guess this is a photo of him. This does he look like he's 55 even? I would not have done this. Where is he at? Y'all see that? Why is his tie match the the mirror? Where the hell is he at here? This can't be church. This is a church. I once again, I don't understand if he claims to be somebody named Harry Meyer with some past life where he felt he needed to change his name and identity. Why take photos in your new life? Or even not ensure that you don't have anything up in your old life. This is a Mitch person. Who's the Harry person? Does that person even exist? Did he just steal someone's identity? I mean, how did this go? That's all 5 you sent me. Truth. We're gonna get to another video and then I'll go back to my email because I think a few of you all have sent me some stuff here. This is insane. This story is so convoluted and all over the place. This is what she wants. She wants people to be so confused. You don't really think about what she's throwing your way because you got 18,000 things coming your way all at once. And it's like she doesn't even think about that. Let's get some more comments in right quick. Candace needs to be sued. It's too much. Exactly. I don't. This man, Erica. Oh, I wish she would not have gone out there unless she is absolutely planning on filing a lawsuit. I don't even get the jabs and the shade here. Erica, what do you have to lose, girl? Because really, I don't think it would be hard for you to meet your burden. This is madness. It is identical. That's why I said Pics disproving his claims, LLC. Yeah. Michael Young betrayed. A DD-214. Thank you. The DD-214 will have basic information on it. And even if it was just highlighting when he was discharged, that would be more accurate than him just saying when he was discharged. Because once again, no one has to believe what they say. We're not obligated to trust what him or Candace is saying. This is crazy. Oh my God. Unless one was feeding the other or they were reading from the same script. You know, I know Candace scripts her show. She scripts and pre-records her shows. So when it's airing, it's premiering. It's not live. She reads comments from the previous live stream. and still keeps reading comments that flatter her. Oh boy. Mitch is an alien's name. I mean, if you're hiding, why come out at all? I don't, this makes no sense. The consistency is too high for it to be a coincidence. Mitch is taking Michael Yon's research and living it for the camera. He is essentially the character Yon needed to prove his points. I hate what she's doing and dislike her immensely. There you go. I think most of us can agree. What she's doing is truly causing people to catch death threats and kidnapping threats. People are being doxxed. When you're doing something thinking that you're exercising your right and it begins to overshadow someone else's rights, you're not doing shit. She has freedom of speech and expression and freedom of the press, but her rights to anything is creating cyber crimes upon others. It is a crime to dox someone. That is illegal. Harassment, defamation, these are things that are also, you know, pursuable in the court of law. She could be held legally liable, to which she doesn't care. She's already said, sue me, I want subpoena power. So why should they be scared to sue her? He's on Facebook too. Oh, Jesus. Does it say April 31? April 30th is the last day of April. Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy. Let's get one more super in. March on. Thank you so much for the $20 super. Good evening, Ms. LLC. Candace seemed to take such pleasure in allowing this man identify Ms. Erica as the possible woman at that alleged meeting said. Thank you for helping us to understand the whole CEO to the truth. So oh my God. So not only did she fail in the stop, she's already sitting here talking about, oh, no one should be suing me, which they have the absolute right to do. Because Candace, you're not the only one with rights as an American citizen. And don't forget, you said you wanted to go to Russia. When the hell that's going to happen? But they have the absolute right to sue. And you know, just because she allows someone else to come on her platform, Candace, you can still be held just as liable, just as responsible. You don't have any evidence to prove that. This, unless he brought camera footage from the base where it clearly shows Erica Kirk on the base, then he's lying. He's purporting it to be a fact. He's identifying her on a military base with a bunch of cameras around, and he could not show video camera footage. Like, you can't make this up. This is insane. Thank you for the $20 super. I appreciate it. Let's get back to this video, and then I'll go back to my emails and check some more you guys emails that you guys are sending me. All right, this is another Nick Brooks. This is the second one we're gonna play, and then I'm just gonna let it go to the third one, and then we'll pause for comments.
A California attorney. And today we're asking whether Erica Kirk could sue Candace Owens for intentional infliction of emotional distress, IIED. Erica, a recent widow, went on CBS and basically begged Candace to stop spreading conspiracy theories about Charlie's assassination, saying, "Stop. That's it. Stop." Candace kept questioning the investigation and Erica's role while turning that into content. So let's talk about IIED and where the legal line might be. Here's the short version of the factual background. Charlie Kirk is assassinated in September of 2025. Erica is grieving and suddenly leading Turning Point USA. Candace starts a series of videos hinting at multiple shooters, foreign involvement, and a cover-up, while questioning Erica's leadership and calling her response BLM tactics. Erica says this is tearing open wounds and eventually sits down with Candace for a 4.5-hour private meeting. Most states define intentional infliction of emotional distress with 4 elements. First, the conduct has to be extreme and outrageous, beyond what a civilized community should tolerate. Second, the defendant has to intend to cause emotional harm or act with reckless disregard of that risk. Third, the plaintiff's distress has to be severe, not just hurt feelings. Fourth, the conduct has to cause that distress. Because this is commentary on a public assassination and a major political nonprofit, we also have to layer in the First Amendment and public figure law. Courts are cautious about letting IIED claims punish speech on matters of public concern. So Erica would have to show Candace's pattern crosses for protected commentary into legally actionable cruelty. Think of IIED as the
I hope you're paying attention to what this whole attorney is saying here. Candace is not an attorney. Since she's not an attorney, she doesn't know how courts work, investigations work, or the law. She's already being sued for purporting her so called theory to be a fact. It's not research if you're not presenting any documentation. It's gossip, it's slander. And continue to do this repeatedly, which is what is part of cyber harassment. It's a repeated pattern of behavior. And for her to have a reckless disregard for the truth being supported with documentation and evidence, would prove that malice intent. So just because she's trying to so-called do all of this under the guise of free speech, free press, or research, or asking questions, what is her research yielding? It's not yielding any documentation. She could have simply posted the text message she sent to the FBI just to show the public that she is serious about this, threat she thinks is out from France to get her. She never filed a formal FBI complaint. That would come with a confirmation, at least of the submission of it. She could have posted that. She posts anything else that she wants the public to know. That is completely irrelevant. She's still not telling us who the shooter is. And that is what she was supposed to be doing. She's throwing out a bunch of theories with no valid documentation. None. No payments from this club de sang, from the French president. No proof of that. But yet she claims there's a paper trail. I go to those examples because those are concrete examples that can be used to validate her so-called research if she was doing that. Someone contacted her and said these payments are being processed or going through a club from the president of the country to have her assassinated, and she didn't even bother to ask for those paper trails, for proof of those payments. She didn't even ask the questions that she needs to ask to get documentation. She's not asking for that. She said, oh, I'm sure the good people of France are going to help me find that paper trail. No, why should they have to do it? You do it. Candace is the one claiming that someone was after her. Why didn't she ask the person on the phone, that's this French government employee, to email her or e-fax her any proof of the payments, the paper trail? Obviously, there's a paper trail. Obviously not, because she never posted it. Has she at least done those things where she can produce evidence that would directly, at least if nothing else, substantiate her, complaint? You can't say someone is after you trying to assassinate you. Someone called you. You don't say who that person is. You don't show a call log, because why won't she show her call log? And then someone says there's a paper trail and you don't ask for it. Those are the questions she needs to be damn asking. What she's doing right now is asking dumb shit on auto repeat. She is literally repeating questions over and over and over and over and over again. Questions she should be answering. Not asking the FBI, the government, the prosecutor's office, anyone that says something she doesn't like. No, she don't need to be getting that information from us. She needs to find it and post it up. That's how that works. She's not asking shit that's relevant. Here we are yet again, being distracted from Candace not being able to tell us who the shooter is. Well, I'm trying to figure this out. How? You're throwing in distractions about someone trying to allegedly assassinate you. She made this whole thing about her. And it's all a ploy to redirect the focus on what should be the actual focus. Just so she can be the center of attention. And now she's getting the good and the bad. And somehow we're supposed to just withhold our time. No, we're not doing it. No one owes Candace Amber Owens Farmer a damn thing. I don't owe her any loyalty, any fealty, the benefit of the doubt, any trust, nothing. I owe her nothing. And neither does anyone else. She's in this for herself. She's not trying to figure out who shot someone, because all these people, all these things she's bringing up does not get her any closer to telling us who the shooter is, who is the person that pulled the trigger on the gun. That's what it comes down to. She went on a rampage about Egyptian planes. Who the cares about them damn planes? Unless one of the passengers on those planes were spotted on UVU campus the day Charlie Kirk was shot, and they were at least spotted with a gun in their hand, it wouldn't even be plausible in court. And she already stated she does not care about this investigation. So if she doesn't care about the investigation, those are her words, not mine. She said that. Just like she said she hates everybody and everybody's we're all traitors. We're all treasonous. Using words she can't define. If she's doing all that BS, why couldn't she ask the French government employee to send her proof of those stupid ass payments she claims exist, this paper trail? Why she asked that question? Because it's not real. I'm not here to convince anybody that wants to believe what she says. But I'm not going to waste time asking stupid ass questions either. I'm not even going to entertain her buffoonery like that to even give the benefit of the doubt she's asking anything. She's not asking nothing. She's making affirmative allegations. It is a difference between a question and a statement. That goes back to first grade English, ELA. Grammar, syntax. There's a complete difference in asking a question versus giving a statement. If I ask a question, I'm ending it with a question mark. She's making affirmative allegations. She's not asking shit. There's a difference in the terminology and the definitions of those terms. So let's continue on, because we do read here in the Lady Luck Club. I mean, she obviously doesn't understand definitions of terms, but
emotional torment tort. It's for conduct a jury could see beyond all bounds of decency, not just mean opinions on the internet. Intent can be shown if you know someone is suffering and you keep going anyway. And severe distress means real, serious harm. Therapy, physical symptoms, or major life disruption. Courts are especially cautious when the conduct is speech on public issues, because they don't want every heated take to become a lawsuit. Now apply that test. On extreme and outrageous, you already have months of Candace turning her friend's assassination into a recurring conspiracy series, multiple shooters, foreign actors, possible cover-up, while monetizing it and repeatedly tying it to Erica and Turning Point. She's also called Erica's response BLM tactics and questioned whether she really belongs as CEO, which makes this very personal. The big hinge going forward is intent or recklessness. Erica has now gone on national television saying, "Stop, that's it, stop," and spent hours in a closed-door meeting explaining how this is hurting her and her family. If Candace continues pushing the same core conspiracies about Charlie's death and Erica's motives after that, it becomes much easier for Erica's lawyers to argue, you knew this was causing severe emotional distress, and you chose to keep going anyway, which is exactly what IIED is designed to address. Even if a jury might see this as cruel, the First Amendment is a huge roadblock. Charlie and Erica are public figures, and Turning Point is a big political nonprofit. So Candace will say she's commenting on a public assassination and a powerful organization, not some private drama. Courts are very hesitant to let emotional distress claims punish speech on public issues. In practice, Erica would likely have to show that Candace is stating specific, provably false facts as the near truth.
Yeah, because y'all see that? Stating specific, provably false facts as the near truth. If I can prove that you lied, even if it's me saying that you lied and there's no evidence, I'm meeting my burden. So if Erica sues the hell out of her, which I keep saying she should, she can say that she has made false statements where there is no evidence to support it. That can be one of her claims. When they go to court, Erica's burden would be to prove Candace lied and provided no evidence to prove her claim. The absence of the evidence would allow Erica to meet her burden in that complaint. With that specific claim, she will meet her burden because she'll go to court and say, "Your Honor, this woman is lying. She's already told me to my face she doesn't have any concrete evidence. and she's not producing anything. That would allow her to meet her burden because the evidence doesn't exist. That's the point you're making. There is no evidence to support this. And she's purporting it as if it's a fact, as if it's affirmed, as if it is the truth. When truth comes with evidence, based on the definition of the word truth, it involves evidence. And when you go to court, they don't care about your dumbass conspiracy theories. They care about the facts. That's it. It's that simple. That's what's going to get her messed up with the Macron lawsuit. She's already confirmed that her LLCs are registered in Delaware. She's not even in her motion to dismiss. They're not saying we provided evidence to support our claim this is free speech. No. She can't do that because she needs scientific evidence to prove someone's born a man or a woman. That's a matter of science. Once again, I say this often. So, in that matter, they're saying she's lying by alleging as a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man and she lacks sufficient evidence to support it. She doesn't have the scientific evidence to prove what gender Brigitte Macron was born as. I don't care how anyone thinks when it comes to her looks. The court won't either, and neither will the jury. They will only care if you're able to prove that it is a fact that she was born a man. Candace can't do that. And she knows she needs the blood of the first lady because she asked for it. It's just the things that she does say that people need to pay attention to, that gets overlooked. That's where I come in. Because she literally said, I have my doctors, fly out, take a little blood, take care of this real quick, because she knows that's what she needs. But how often does she bring that up? She's only said that one time. Only one time she's ever said, I have my doctors fly out, take a little blood, and we'll take care of this real quick. Once she's ever said that. You know why? Because that's exactly what she needs, and she knows it. She just relies on people to be too stupid to challenge her. I know, I caught it. I did a whole video on it. You can't make this up. She's going to lose.
Not just voicing harsh opinions or speculation before an IIED claim has any real shot. On human terms, Erica's case looks strong. She's a fresh widow. The conspiracies are about her husband's death and her integrity. She begged Candace to stop, and Candace kept going for content. A jury might see this as outrageous and reckless. Legally, though, any suit would face early motions arguing this is protected commentary on a public controversy. So Erica has a colorable IIED theory, but success would depend heavily on the jurisdiction and whether a judge lets a jury decide if Candace crossed the line. If you found this helpful, hit like so more people see it. Before you go, tell me in the comments, should Erica have an emotional distress claim against Candace for turning Charlie's death into a conspiracy series? Or would that go too far in limiting speech on a public assassination? If someone you know follows Candace Owens or works in conservative media, send this to them so they can see where the legal line might be. And if you want more breakdowns like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Oh, man.
So obviously, for this to have been pulled off.
So clearly, he's giving both sides the possibility of what can happen from both sides. Candace is the one talking about she wants to get subpoena power and go to the discovery phase. But anytime she gets sued, first thing she does is file a motion to dismiss. Because she knows saying all that nonsense to the public is just lip service. When you can go and check the court docket to see what's actually being filed. That's stuff we can see with our own eyes. So he's being fair. He's giving both sides. He's presenting viable arguments from the stance of the petitioner and the stance of the respondent or defendant. And even if she filed the motion to dismiss, there's a hearing on that, just like with the Macron case. And she would have to legally argue whatever she's claiming in her motion to dismiss. And she won't be able to do that with the Macron case. That's not going to get dismissed. They're going to proceed forward. What she will probably more than likely try to do and I'm saying this with an 88% surety, is try to attempt a mediation with a settlement, because the scientific evidence is coming from the Macrons. They're bringing it to court. Whether people want to believe science or not is irrelevant to the court. They don't care if people believe science exists. They don't care if Candace believes dinosaurs walked the earth or the moon landing was real. They don't care about that. They care about what will be factually proven. Scientific evidence is the most assured way to prove gender. And the same would go with Erica Kirk. It's not just defamation, it's malicious slander. It's done with malice. It's done with the intent to defame, and showed a reckless disregard for the truth. So she keeps saying they lied about something. They lied about this. They lied about that. Even if you misspoke about something, they can go in and actually have that as a defense. But if they're asked and questioned or deposed to recall what happened, what they said and did for those who were there in person on campus that day Charlie Kirk was shot, they would be able to present a viable testimony, and testimony is evidence. Candace won't be able to do that. Her attorneys probably don't even want to think about being, deposed at any given time, because she has the inability to tell the truth. And if she goes to the discovery phase, all of that information, the court documents, is public information. It's not a criminal matter, it's a civil matter. So it'll be available to the public. So let's say she gets deposed. You think she's going to want that deposition out there to the public? Because now she'd be forced to tell the truth under the penalty of perjury, under oath. That girl perjured herself so fast, not even funny. Before we get to Milk Bar's videos, because he did, 3 short clips. I got this here. Some information. State of Arizona versus Mitchell David Harrison. Is it Mitch Snow? Isn't this Mitch Snow? I thought his last name was Snow. Hold on. Mitch Snow. His last name is Snow. Who's Harrison? Who's Harrison? Anybody? Mitchell Harrison. I'm asking. Hold on. I don't want to put a I don't just say the name of who sent me the email of this court document. Is Mitchell Harrison another alias? I'm asking here. It's to the person who sent this. He goes by 2 names. You kidding me? Wait, is one of them Harry Meyer? Is that where he's getting Harry from? Mitchell Harrison? Is that where he's getting Harry Myers? Harrison is his middle name. What? Wow. Hold on. This is a whole criminal matter. Let me expand this. Oh, hold on. Ooh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, God. Let me put it back on this video. This is so weird. Okay, so this is State v. Mitchell David Harrison. So he just added Snow on the end after the fact. Was it after this? Because this is a criminal matter here. Y'all, this is something else. Mitchell David Harrison. Y'all see this? And then you have the case number here. Now, according to that LinkedIn, he's supposed to be in the state of Washington. This is a Arizona Supreme Court case in Arizona. But that LinkedIn profile showed he stayed in the state of Washington. Y'all, this is crazy. So his full name is Mitch Harrison Snow. That's what I'm trying to see here. And honestly, Mitchell Harrison Snow. Wow. So he added on Snow because of this criminal matter. I can guarantee you that's why he did this. I can say that with 90% certainty. He added on that second last name, I guess, because of this. Because he's not running from anything in the military. It seems like he's running from this here. This criminal matter. So this is a appellate where the appellate court affirmed the ruling of the lower court. So you guys see here affirmed. They had he had an assistant he had a DA, I mean no, assistant legal defender, county legal defender. So he was given an attorney because he couldn't afford to hire his own attorney. He was convicted of possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor, and the trial court sentenced him to a presumptive prison term of 10 years. On appeal, Harrison argues the court erred by admitting other acts evidence. For the following reasons, we affirm, and this is based on the factual and procedural background. I'll drop the link to this so you guys can read this in your spare time. Well, we're going to go to the end. Mitchell, so it's Mitch Harrison Snow. Man, good grief. Harry Meyer is Mitchell Snow. No, you good. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was building a report for you to read as far as an LLC. Okay. I'm French. 78% of our country believes Macron's wife is a man. 63% of our country to cares because he's a crap president at learn with the come. I mean, your political views are your own. I don't. I'm not political. I don't lean one way or the other. I enjoy the blessed freedom of being able to speak my thoughts without anyone making me feel like I gotta lean one way or the other politically. Because politics don't get you into heaven. So aside from that, even if you can't stand his guts, for the court. The court will not care what the public thinks. When they bring in scientific evidence, the court will care about that evidence. It's a harsh reality. And if 100% of France wants to believe she was born a man, the evidence itself is going to court. That's going to be put before the jury. So they can do a poll. They can even argue that. The Candace attorneys can argue that. Oh, this is how France feels. Jury won't care. We got evidence here, scientific evidence, to show that she was born a woman and not a man. So anything going on with the court of public opinion, it has no place in the court of law, because in the court of law, the ruling should be given or judgment should be issued based on the finding of fact, evidence, and the law itself, not court of public opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not here to knock that. I'm just saying when it comes to court matters, that's not going to fly. Judge won't care. Judge Rennie will not care. Let's see. What's going on, Proud Liberal? Dr. Roberta Valdez just had a death in the family, possibly his wife, Stacey Ray Powers Valdez, December 13th, 25. That's 6 days ago. Was that person a real doctor? I think he's another grifter or actor she hired to play this part. Yeah, me too. She had to try to, soothe this whole thing over, because she knows you talking about somebody that's claiming to have been in the military, the United States Army, and then is implying or inferring that the Army, because finally someone's naming a branch of military, somehow the Army is involved in the death of Charlie Kirk. And I'm saying that simply because this person claims to have been in the U.S. Army. Candace just blamed the entire U.S. military, but never named an actual specific branch of military. So go on this dude's information or whatever with that insignia. It says U.S. Army. And who would do that? what person in the military would blame their own fellow members of the army for being a part of a cover up with no evidence, no concrete evidence regarding the death of a civilian? Of all the people on earth, the entire U.S. military is in on this one death of a civilian. It's insane. And to think that the military will not look into that and try to figure out who this person is, if he claims to have served in the military, they're going to run a background. They're going to do their due diligence with this. I think facial recognition is going to be the starting point. This is crazy. So if he's been to, prison for almost 10 years, you best believe they have his fingerprints, DNA, and his photos. They got all three of those things. So it's nothing for them to look at this if he has a criminal background history and pull that information. It's nothing for them to do that. And then they can verify who he truly is and his identity. This is insane. So let's get down to the ruling. Like I said, you guys can check out the full. It's 6 pages. But the disposition basically affirmed Harris's conviction and sentence. So he was convicted, found guilty, and everything, was sentenced, and they affirmed it. They didn't reverse the ruling or anything. So it's standard when people file an appeal to try to argue the ruling and try to find whatever they can find and make it to invoke some level of reasonable doubt or some sort of error that occurred, during the trial, or error regarding interpretation of law, evidence not presented that will be material to the case. Those types of things is what you appeal on. That's standard. But it doesn't mean that the appellate court is going to reverse the ruling because you said it. You got to prove it. You got to present viable legal argument, case law, and everything else. And he didn't get it. He didn't get that appeal. 10 years it is. God. So she let somebody that's been charged. Candace has an affinity for people who are being charged with, serious crimes. And then tries to defend them. But yet, she allows her court base to sit here and attack Erica Kirk. And no one can show a video or a photo of Erica Kirk being anywhere with any military base or on UVU campus with a gun. It's insane. So let's get to this. This is Milk Bar's video. I have 3. He's done. And the first one is about the Piers Morgan interview, to which I have not seen in its entirety yet. Because work is crazy. But we're gonna check this out. And then we're gonna go just through the next 3 and get to her show. Because that's the main event. God. Candace, you're a clown, girl.
Off. There had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe that thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that on my entire show.
You said there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
She said that a few times.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No,
you can't make this up. She acts as if she doesn't have videos recording what she said. It's like she's stuck in La La Land. Now do y'all see why I have to laugh at this? She literally debunks herself from one statement to another in the same damn interview. Why does Piers Morgan keep giving her airtime? I don't get it. She literally gets enough airtime on her own channel. He doesn't have to add to this. You can't make this up. Yeah, good night to you, honey. Carrie. Oh, we'll be back at it tomorrow. I know it's late. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. I'm trying to get some of you guys' comments up here. This is crazy. Whatever information you guys email to me, if I don't get the chance to get to it tonight, because I want to get through to her shows and be able to get that in so we can be caught up tomorrow if she goes live. If we can at least get through the episode she did yesterday and not the one she did today with this interview. I'd rather do both, but if we just get the first one, we'll do the other one tomorrow, because Saturday we're going to give Nick Brooks our time and attention, and I'm excited for that. And a lot of the questions here, that's built around the legal aspect of the indictment with Tyler Robinson, the lawsuit from the Macrons, possible lawsuit with TPUSA, Erica Kirk, if they decide to do it. Those questions can definitely be asked on Saturday. You guys have seen at least 3 videos here in tonight's live where Nick is very fair and very neutral, and he gives both sides. So make sure you guys tune in so you can ask your questions, and you can hear directly from an attorney that went to law school and passed the bar. All right, y'all, let's get back to this. I'm shocked. I don't know why, but I am, because this is insane.
I believe that thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that on my entire show.
You said there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen.
You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
let me clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I am saying.
No, we're going to keep saying what you said because that's important. And since she'll never apologize for it, Candace, yes, you can be scrutinized on that still. And when you rectify, you don't clarify or rectify this so that people are clear that you're not trying to infer that they have something to do with the murder. You keep saying they're involved in the cover-up. Cover-up of what? It leads right back to the same thing. It leads back to the murder. Trying to sit here and segment that, it's not going to fly. And they sue your ass for it. You won't be able to pull this word salad off in court. You're not going to go to court, Candace. I can tell you this right now with a blessed assurance. Candace Owens, go into court and think you're going to overtalk that judge if you want to. They will hold your little ass in contempt of court. Because you don't have any authority or power in that courtroom. All you have is the right to a fair hearing and due process. But you certainly will not have the right to overtalk the judge in that courtroom. I dare you to go in there and show your ass if you want to. Make that happen.
Okay.
When I was using the analogy of JFK and we were connecting it, I was basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that, all of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the analogy of what happened with JFK. Well, you actually, if you go back and listen.
I don't know. JFK's assassination.
She said, if you go back, Candace, that's exactly what he did. And you just said, you can either keep repeating what I said previously or listen to me now. She just said that. You can keep saying what I said or you can listen to what I'm saying. Then she says here, you can go back because words matter here. Well, you actually, if you go back and listen to what? Why is JFK's assassination imperative right now? That happened over 50 plus years ago. Many of us weren't even born when that happened. Probably 60 years ago. You can't make this up.
You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
let me clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said or you can listen to what I am saying.
Okay.
When I was using the analogy of JFK and we were connecting it, I was basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that, all of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the analogy of what happened with JFK.
He's not suggesting anything, Candace. He's interviewing you, trying to figure out what the hell you suggest. What are you saying? This girl contradicts herself. Y'all, shout out to Milk Bar TV. I did reach out to him. He had a very busy week this week because I definitely wanted to do a reaction with him of one of her shows. But of course, I told him, whenever he's ready, let me know because that would be a ton of fun, especially with his great content because he has the ability to put this together and the debunking in this. All he's doing is just playing her clips of her saying stuff. and debunking her with it. Like, you can't. This is priceless.
All of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the analogy of what happened to JFK.
He said he doesn't know.
Well, you actually, if you go back and listen,
I said I don't know JFK's assassination. And we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK.
No,
make it clear.
Piers, I really think you're not holding on to your thoughts.
Candace, let me spell out my thought very clearly.
Had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. My entire
You said there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
I really think you're not holding on to your thoughts.
Candace, let me spell out my thought very clearly.
This was an annual celebration for Sydney's Jewish community.
Okay, this is the second video where I'm so glad this brain rot thing is being brought up, because that was a comment that Charlie Kirk made upon being asked about, people who are like Candace Owens and the attacks that oftentimes, like 98% of the time, involves something with Israel. He called it brain rot. He didn't mince words. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Make sure you guys go check him out if you can and support him. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe. 62% of you all here in the LLC that come back and, bots of bots, and the cult members hate my guts. I don't care. I laugh at that because it's funny. But for those who are recurring and listening, because you enjoy the facts it's coming here from, make sure you subscribe, okay, and drop a comment and drop a heart or a number of your like once you hit that like button. Let's get back to it. This is something else
that turned into one of Australia's darkest days.
Matilda, the youngest victim of the Bondi Beach massacre.
Oh, man.
Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? Nothing.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. Just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies.
This girl said this on the first day of Hanukkah, I do believe. She started a show dancing to this song. It's a Jewish song, and it was the first night of Hanukkah. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's going on, Chris? How you doing? I appreciate you. Liars forgot the lies. Exactly. Wasn't the day she did that episode the first night of Hanukkah? She talks out of her backside so much she forgets what she says. Yeah, I mean, he just plays what she said. Despicable. Candace was just straight up vile for this. Exactly. It was gross. You have like hate crimes being committed in other countries. The same country where they told her ass, you're not welcome here. Because Candace, Australia banned you for good reasoning. Look how you're acting. You prove people's criticism of you to be true. Why would you even start your show off mocking this song and doing all of that? And this incident occurred and she said nothing about it. Has she even said anything on X about this? This is nasty work. This is evil and soulless. If you don't like people, just leave them alone. Why sit here and allow all of Israel to live on your mind and in your thoughts rent-free 24/7? Israel has a permanent space in Candace's mind, whatever is still left here on earth, because she lost her mind a long time ago. But whatever may be left here on earth is occupied by Israel 24/7. It's obsessive. If you don't like Israel, you don't like, just don't even mention them. Don't talk about them. We get it, Candace. You hate everybody. You said that. I hate everyone. Why talk about the things that you despise? This is why I don't want her to shut. I want her to keep talking so they can get evidence. But Erica Kirk just needs to file a lawsuit and do a federal lawsuit. This is insane.
And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend it.
Oh, my God. So what's the first night of Hanukkah?
To everybody back at home, happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it.
Oh, my God. Somebody say rewind this.
Australia's darkest.
I'm going to go to the beginning.
This was an annual celebration for Sydney's Jewish community that turned into one of Australia's darkest days.
Matilda, the youngest victim of the Bondi Beach massacre.
I don't know.
Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? Nothing.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And
but that's a fact. They do have the right to defend themselves. What I would disagree to is the fact that they keep asking USA to help when it's something they can just handle on their own. But I don't get it. Why keep attacking it? Or keep attacking Israel? You would think, what would Candace's life be like if she never brought up Israel ever again? If she never even said the word Israel or Jewish ever again, what would her life be like? I don't think that she would lose her kids or her husband or money or anything. If she loses money, it's because people were watching it because she was sitting here saying vile, despicable things in the first place. Which speaks to the fact that she has this hatred. See, there's a difference. That's where the word hate comes into play. No one is forcing her to talk about Israel. Hell, no one is forcing her to hate Israel. But if she would have just stopped saying Israel and Jewish because she doesn't like them, she hates them, what would her life be like? Candace, then you would have to be forced to do real content. Because right now you're a clown, little goof.
TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot.
Oh, my God.
He would always say it. How could you hate the Jewish people?
Man. Candace, you are vile.
Why? Because you need to fulfill a conspiracy theory? It's sick. And it needs to stop.
When you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack, because they, by and large, control the media. They just do. Okay.
But they don't control Candace because guess what, Candace? You still say what you want to say. This whole idea and lie you perpetuate that someone's trying to control you and your free speech, you're still on YouTube. I'm baffled. Shit. I mean, I honestly don't understand how she's still on YouTube. She's about to lose stupid money because the Macrons are showing us how it's done. And Erica Kirk should have never met with this heifer. She had no good intentions. Just like the body language guy said, everything Candace does is in bad faith. Everything she does is in bad faith. There was no reason for Erica Kirk to fly out to Tennessee for her to still come back with this buffoonery where she's bringing some person we can't even identify who the hell he is with a blessed assurance. Off the bat, he's got 2 different aliases and all this other stuff. If Harry Mitchell Snow is the same person, he's got a whole criminal background here. And yet, he says he saw Erica Kirk on a base talking to people, even though she can't connect any of that to the crime scene itself. She still has not said anything about anyone on those planes being on the campus at the same time Charlie Kirk was shot. And if Erica Kirk had a cell phone on her and she was on the campus with these people, to which no one has identified or even identified with a weapon in their hand, to even give credence to a possible second shooter, what alternative shooter? Then how can you say that she was there at the base or that she's a part of it? And why even say I saw her on a military base? What would be the reason to do that? It goes to intent. It speaks to intent. Intent is imperative. The intent of him saying that is to infer that she has something to do with his murder. This is absolutely disgusting. This is why she should have went with an attorney. If you're going to respond, Erica Kirk, I said go with an attorney. Have an attorney with you. They should have did the debunking video, and Erica Kirk should have had at least TPUSA's attorneys, if not her own personal attorney, right next to her, so that at any point in time, Erica Kirk, wanted the attorney to speak for her and give a formal response. I mean, she could have just looked at it and that would have happened. Erica Kirk didn't even need to say anything. She could have let her attorney do the talking for her. This is crazy. And now all of that for what? I would love to know one of them recorded that hearing. I quite frankly don't care. Tennessee is a one-party consent state.
One way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning.
That is something that we can somehow extinguish in this world. But we are living in enemy-occupied territory.
I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding.
I'm not going to put up with Jew hatred. And the conservative...
So who is they then, clown? Sally said, when are people going to start reporting on Candace's husband supposedly being gay in her sham marriage and children? You know what? I'll say this. Once George realizes how much his dumb wife, who's an alien by her own admission, has cost them a lot of money, he's going to have to start selling boy cat on the corner street of Tennessee. You can't go back to Dollywood, Candace, because it's closed. Dollywood, y'all see the article? It's a news article. Dollywood just kind of stopped operating abruptly, because it's weird. So you can't go back to Dollywood right now, Candace. George is going to be selling boy cat for $10.99. That's the Christmas special. And then by New Year's, it's going to be 50% off. Candace, you'll figure out what boy cat is soon enough. You can't make this up.
movement in America. I'm not going to put up with that in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to put up with it. And I'm not going to put up with it. It's disgusting. It's reprehensible.
The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie...
So this is Milk Bar's debunking Candace with the Tyler Robinson UVU timeline here. Because she didn't even know that Utah time was not a real time zone.
At events, your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is. So it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard.
College degree.
Exactly. We're outside.
The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd.
It's like she just doesn't read. This is proof she's an alternate reality. Candace hails from one of the moons of Jupiter, not even a planet. Like Candace, you're not even special enough to come from the planet Jupiter itself. No. You came from one of the moons, the dark side of it. Where the sun never shines at all. You can't. Her team should be named as co-defendants. She said there's only 4 of them. Candace, when TPUSA sues you and Erica Kirk, make sure you tell the names of your team members. I'm sure they already know. They need to be listed as co-defendants as well, because they're sitting here. I can't even say they're doing research, because if they did, then they would have seen this timeline here. Irrefutable proof. We can actually see with our eyes. Irrefutable proof. The American comeback. You see these events, It says outside, outside, outside. Look at this. Why couldn't she get a copy of this flyer and see that these events were outside? This is stuff that they could have. It's a simple Google search. Candace, if you had leaks inside of TPUSA, why the hell they didn't see you this? Because we all know you lie by omission. She doesn't always present everything she gets either. Just like with photos from the Macrons. They sent her a specific photo of Brigitte Macron, a part of a wedding, and she never showed that. Because it doesn't fit her moot point. Something like this, you don't need a timeline. They gave you one right here, Candace. You clown. All you got to do is know how to read. We understand that you said you don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. But this is where reading becomes fundamental.
The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard. Okay, that's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me.
You're wrong. Look at this.
So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Unless I am...
That's not... It's still, Candace, from September 2nd to September 10th. It's still a good 8 days. It's still 8 days. So obviously you weren't keeping up with his tours. And she claims that she was still tracking it, right? Because obsession is real. Candace is like our new age basic instinct. You can't make this up. All we're missing is the bunny rabbit. Candace, rabbits don't belong in boiling pots of water. Okay? You don't boil bunny rabbits. This is the craziest, nuttiest stuff ever. And a Google search would take care of that. Or one of your calls to one of your TPUSA leaks. Easy.
Mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. Prove me wrong.
Oh, God.
Now, we've been hearing that.
Oh, yes. Yes. I had to get this in. Y'all. Oh, this. Oh, man. He shreds her a new one. He gave her the business in this video. We're going to check this out, and then it's going to take us to her show she did yesterday, and then the next one is going to be the one she did today. Oh, my good God. This is on Philo Thesis channel. Y'all gave a thumbs up, but make sure you all check this out. This video's got over 52,000 views. Why is it so hard for like Megyn Kelly, you know, since she wants to invoke herself and trying to be the mediator, to tell Candace Owens flat out, you're dead arrest wrong. You're dead wrong. Stop asking for evidence related to an open investigation. Here's a court rule in case you still can't understand that. And hopefully you still know how to read. Get the reading. And she doesn't even care about the investigation. Candace literally said, I don't care about that investigation. So the idea of her demanding evidence related to that investigation is a farce. It's a ruse. It's hypocritical. So we're going to check this out. Because, I mean, right now, he seems to be the only one that's just kind of got a platform where she's listening flat out. I mean, you know, she takes my quotes, but obviously, he's one that can get underneath her skin. So we're going to check this out, kid, because this is something that you all need to listen to. It's a matter, it's a combination of facts and common sense and logic.
That for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me.
Ignoramus.
Where'd she go? Where'd that Candace go? Where is she? What happened? Did they replace her with a body double? Is it AI? Check her earlobes.
It's a bot.
Check her earlobes. Did they replace her? Because we got a very different Candace Owens. Today, we got a Candace Owens who was sort of nervous, saying, "Hi, guys, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone's saying I sold out." What do you mean? That's not true. Those are bots saying that. I still believe there's a conspiracy.
Welcome back, everyone. In today's video, we're diving into Nick Fuentes' explosive commentary on the secret meeting between Erica Kirk and Candace Owens, the sudden shift in Candace's tone afterward, and everything that followed. This is Nick speaking in—
Hold on, as far as your birthday? What? Candace is defiling my birthday. Oh, your birthday's on September 2nd. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to say, man. Listen here. Shout out to my Mars. I was gonna be so upset if I missed your birthday. Y'all know we play the birthday song up here. I believe in celebrating birthdays. You can't make this stuff up. Boy, he's about to light her up. So y'all, let's get to this. I'm gonna fast forward. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit just for the sake of brevity, because I'm definitely speeding up her video. But we gotta speed this up a little bit.
In his own voice, and what he says raises serious questions. The question that's been burning on everyone's lips is simple but unsettling. What really happened inside that closed-door meeting? What could possibly cause Candace Owens to go from a relentless, unapologetic fighter to someone who appeared hesitant, scattered, and unsure of how to even report back to her own audience? To many watching, her post-meeting behavior felt jarring. It looked less like a strategic retreat and more like someone who had just walked out of an awkward, chaotic situation, unsure of what she was allowed to say and what she was expected to keep quiet. The confidence was different, the energy was different, and people noticed. As usual, Nick Fuentes wasted no time weighing in on what he calls one of the strangest political moments in recent memory. He didn't mince words, he didn't soften his analysis, and he certainly didn't treat this as coincidence. According to Nick, this wasn't just a meeting. It was a turning point. A moment where power, pressure, and optics collided behind closed doors, leaving visible marks once the doors reopened. So now, I'm going to walk you through Nick Fuentes' take on this entire mystery, what he believes really happened in that room, and why this situation has sparked so much confusion, speculation, and debate online. Stay with me, because what he says next adds a whole new layer to an already bizarre story.
This is Philo Thesis. I'm sorry, I should have put the link to the video in the chat. If I can get one of the mods to drop the YouTube channel link, Philo Thesis. Y'all go check this channel out. They did this video. And Nick Fuentes. I'm saying it right. Yeah, he shredded her to bits. He shredded her. I know he's bad, but good grief. He's the bad that can go after Candace and really get blunt with it. Y'all know otherwise. I just like his roasting sessions on Candace. That's it. That's all it is for.
That's that. But I do want to move on. I want to get into some of this other stuff. Our featured story. It's all about, on that point, Charlie Kirk's assassination. And we'll talk about Candace Owens meeting with Erica Kirk. So yesterday, finally, there was a showdown. But unfortunately, it didn't happen in public. It happened behind closed doors. Yesterday afternoon, Candace Owens finally had a sit-down with Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. They met for 4.5 hours with lawyers, with personnel. Candace asked all of her questions, and Turning Point personnel provided all of their answers, all of their receipts, documentation. They came prepared. And if you've been following the story, this is the latest development, because what was supposed to happen yesterday was a live stream. For months, Candace Owens has been accusing Turning Point USA of complicity or participation in Charlie Kirk's assassination. She says that Turning Point personnel betrayed Charlie Kirk. Those closest to him betrayed him. He was betrayed by everybody, she said. And as time has gone on, she has insinuated that
She also said we're all traitors and we're all treasonous, even though I'm not in your we, Candace. You keep using pronouns that you cannot specify and pinpoint down to specific people. When you say we, you're talking about you and your cult and your bots. That's it. You're not talking about everybody else.
Erica herself, who is now the head of Turning Point, as well as many of Charlie's close friends like Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett, among others, that they were all involved, that they either gave their consent or they participated in Charlie's murder. It's easy to sit in your fortress, in your bunker, and throw all this stuff out there, make these wild claims. I have ideas. I'm taking on the system.
Did she have an attorney with her? I thought they called an attorney. This is why they have, oh man. Now y'all understand why this should have been like recorded. Like you can't have a private anything with Candace Owens. She's a pathological liar. I thought Erica called TPUSA's attorneys and only brought that one guy with her out there to Tennessee in person. So was the guy an attorney? This is insane. Candace's attorney were at the federal building. Law joke. Erica called her attorney. Okay, hey, these probably never drop real stuff. Get them to debate. Exactly. I just want, listen, if he's gonna do an expose on her, he needs to do it. Go ahead and do it. Shout out to Colonel Kurtz. Colonel Kurtz is going to drop episode 1 of Becoming Candace. I saw her post, unless that's been pushed back. She mentioned a couple interviews that she has. Shout out there. She's going to be on a couple shows, but she's going to be dropping episode 1 and then see how that goes. I do firmly believe there's going to be a demand for it because, I mean, y'all, we haven't even gotten back to the taxes information with the other LLC, that Optimized Consulting that was on the Blexit tax documents. We haven't even gotten to that second part of that yet, because it is like Candace keeps trying to make this all about her. And because she keeps lying like hell, people are going to debunk her. She's not going to tell the truth, which is why I don't understand. She really thinks that people should be sending her a cease and desist letter. That's laughable. No one owes her that. That's not a legal requirement. But this is why they need to sue her. Tim Pool, Erica Kirk, TPUSA, they need to sue her. They need to file a lawsuit. That's the only way she's going to just stop lying. No one's saying not to ask questions or even give your opinion. But that's the only way she's going to stop damn lying. Because either she'll lie about it or she just won't talk about it. Just like this so-called assassination attempt. She hasn't even mentioned it. But yet, she'll let people come to her home or fly into Tennessee. And she's so-called, afraid from this assassination attempt. But can't say exactly how they executed something like that. It's just insane. You think she would show us video surveillance camera footage of her home and people walking around in her, her yard or something? She has shown no evidence that anyone actually attempted to assassinate her. She wouldn't even show the paper trail. Crazy.
It's easy to do that when it's only going in one direction.
Please.
How much credibility do you have that the moment someone stands up and says, you know what, let's debate it out, you shrink and you retreat into the palace and say, never mind, I'm just going to do my own thing. It's not a good look. And it's the wrong thing. So she said she couldn't go. She said, as an alternative, she would live stream her reaction to Turning Point's live stream. Turning Point would go ahead and present their evidence, and rather than hearing it and challenging it in person, she said she would be live streaming it and giving her reaction to the public. And you say, well, that's not ideal, but it's maybe the next best thing. At the minimum, she's having to face in real time a counter argument. And we'll see what she's made of. We'll see. It's sort of like a one-way cross-examination. We'll see if she's able to answer what they have to say. Well, then they work out just in the last few days. We're not even getting a live stream at all. And they announced that instead, Candace Owens will be meeting privately with Erica Kirk behind closed doors. So no live stream. It's not in public. We don't get to hear it. We don't get the evidence. It's going to be completely private. And suddenly, Candace Owens' schedule clears up.
Yep.
She couldn't make the live stream, but she could stream the live stream. Now she made time and she had a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk. So she didn't have time to fly to Phoenix, Arizona, but she did have time for a 4.5-hour meeting.
Privately.
Which you have to imagine involved time on either side of that, traveling to and from.
Yep.
She couldn't fly there to do it in person, but she could do a 4.5-hour meeting where there's no cameras. I find that really interesting. And they say that it's a meeting with a guy named Strife at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, Turning Point's lawyers.
Who is Strife? Because I, you know, I've heard this name. I don't think I've ever heard what he does. She was a left Democrat, became conservative for a few years and went back to her roots, which is why she was fired by TPUSA, Daily Wire, and Prager. Yeah, Candace, you make enemies everywhere you go, girl. You heifer. You make enemies everywhere you go. It's because it's you, Candace. You're the problem. You're a narcissistic, pathological liar. And for the life of me, Erica Kirk, why did you not record that? And let's just hope she did, and she's planning to use it as a part of her lawsuit. Ugh. What would be epic is if they recorded it and they caught Candace lying to their face. That way they could say, not only did she defame me, she defamed me to my face in the state of Tennessee. So when they filed that lawsuit in the state of Tennessee where the defamation occurred, Candace, you know, because that's what you're trying to claim with the Macron lawsuit. Well, if they alleged that defamation occurred, it would be here in Tennessee. Okay. Erica Kirk said ditto. So I'll come out there where you can defame me in Tennessee. And when I sue your ass in the state of Tennessee, because that's where you defamed me and you lied to my face. All this malicious slander and stuff. Yeah, then you can't say it is a lack of jurisdiction. That's what I'm really hoping that this goes towards. A damn lawsuit. Because otherwise, what's the point? That's just my frustration with this. Y'all can disagree. But this heifer has it coming. The Macrons are going to mollywop her. George, you could probably sell Boy Cat for like $19.99. But I don't think anybody's going to pay more than that. Okay? And then maybe you can cut it down by 50%, you know, for like the New Year's Eve special or something like that. At the edge of Dollywood, because it's going to be closed.
And Candace Owens, that's the meeting. She's there for 4.5 hours. She doesn't say anything all day. Today, she gives her a recap of the meeting on her show. She starts out by playing a Jewish song and dancing to it, and she says, Shabbat Shalom, which I find to be very strange. She talks about it on her show for about 30 minutes, and then spends another 30 minutes talking about a bunch of other crap. Really? This was the moment we were all waiting for. You backed down from the challenge. You didn't even live stream it. You caved and did this in-person meeting. You don't say anything all day. Everybody's waiting for it. Finally, you do your show recapping the 4.5-hour meeting. She doesn't even dedicate her entire 1-hour show to the meeting.
15 minutes.
Doesn't dedicate even the entirety of her 1-hour show the next day. She spends 30 minutes talking about it. I think she did more sponsorships than she talked about the actual meeting. More sponsorships for like pro-life and gold or whatever it is than she did talking about the actual meeting. And what she talked about, honestly, I didn't even follow it. I didn't even really understand what she said. It was so rambly and non-committal and half-baked. It seemed like at once she was saying, well, Turning Point is innocent. Erica Kirk is innocent. And they showed me some receipts. And Tyler Robinson's the killer, and he shot Charlie Kirk, and the bullet stopped in Charlie Kirk's neck because they saw the medical report. So she totally walked it back. But then at the same time, she comes out and says, well, but some people at Turning Point are bad because the vibes are off. No evidence. She just says, I don't know, I feel like something is off. She says she brought up the Egyptian planes to Erica Kirk, but didn't really tell us what the result of that was, what Erica said, or if there was a conclusion that was reached, and maintains that she still sort of believes in a conspiracy. And to borrow a phrase, the whole show was pretty fake and gay. Fake and gay. She sounded nervous. She sounded not confident. It sounded like she knows she's...
But I mean, that's the thing. She doesn't want to get sued. But yet she's doing everything to get sued. Candace, you're doing everything to get sued. Everything to be sued. It's so crazy. You don't want to get sued. Just stop saying dumb things. Like she said in the video, sue me, sue me. I want subpoena power. Okay. Wish granted, Candace. That means you don't get to go back and say, well, no one should be suing me. You're supposed to send a cease and desist letter. No, the hell you're not. So take that lawsuit like a champion. Tell George to get his ass on that corner and set that boy.
It was confused, rambling, non-committal, wants to maintain the facade that there's some conspiracy. I'm still on the case, but at the same time, walking significant parts of it back. And in the end, only spending about half the show talking about it before she launched into a bunch of other stuff about Tim Pool and other drama.
Yep.
And here's what I think happened. So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this up has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to fuck with me. That we've been hearing that for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me. Where'd she go? Where'd that Candace go? Where is she? What happened? Did they replace her with a body double? Is it AI? Check her earlobes. Check her earlobes. Did they replace her? Because we got a very different Candace Owens.
She already admitted she's an alien. You can't make this up. What we'll do is, I got the video. Shout out to you all. Y'all want me to check out the Ben Shapiro speech. So we'll check that out. And then we'll just do the Candace Owens episodes tomorrow. So I'll name this. I'm going to relabel this part 1. And tomorrow night, we'll come back and just respond to her shows. And that's going to be part 2. And if she does a show tomorrow, it'll be 3 episodes. So y'all got to be ready to hang in there for at least 3 hours tomorrow. Because we'll do all 3 episodes tomorrow so we can get caught up. You know, because I enjoy laughing at you, Candace. You're a clown. You can't make this up. So we'll get to the Ben Shapiro one next. And then tomorrow, Friday evening, we'll do all 3 episodes if she does a show for Friday. But we got to do the one for Wednesday and the one for Thursday as well. Because we got to get into some of that information. So I got some debunking to do. And she's still a clown. You can't make this up.
Today, we got a Candace Owens who was sort of nervous, saying, hi, guys, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone's saying I sold out. What do you mean? That's not true. Those are bots saying that. I still believe there's a conspiracy. What happened? What happened to that same energy? She went into the meeting with this energy, giddy, grinning, smiling. Erica Kirk, she's talking about me. I know she's talking about me. I'm going to set her straight. I'm going to ask my questions. Tell me where I lied, she said. Then she goes in the meeting, whole different attitude. Changed her tune. She comes out of the meeting, whole different attitude. Erica's the best. Turning Point's innocent. It's just some people in Turning Point might be bad because, you know, if we don't know, but we know it feels off. What happened? You know what I think happened? I think this is why Turning Point called the meeting in the first place. Because a lot of people that defend Turning Point were saying they're making a mistake hosting the meeting. They're saying no matter what they say, Candace will continue fanning the flames of the conspiracy. People said, so why did Erica agree to the meeting? Here's what I think happened based on my intimate knowledge of how these things work. The way that defamation law works in the United States is very interesting. If you defame or libel an ordinary person, a private citizen, there's a very low bar to prove that you've defamed somebody. So let's say if I talk about my neighbor who is not on Twitter, who's not on Facebook, who's not a famous person, if I take my neighbor who's a private person that just has a job and is unknown, and I start saying this person's a murderer, this person's a rapist, this person's terrible, all they have to prove is that I was reckless. All they have to prove is that what I'm telling the world about that person is not true. And they win. And they get to extract a lot of damages.
Yep.
If, however, you are a public figure, if you're famous.
Yes.
So let's say if you're the president of the United States If I say a lot of terrible things about the president, he has a much higher bar legally to find me guilty. He has to prove, the standard is called actual malice.
Yep.
And what that means is that you knew you were lying.
See, here's where the facts come into this, okay? And we heard a couple videos earlier from Nick Brooks, an actual attorney that is going to be joining us tomorrow in the LLC at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check that out. But this is factually correct. There's the actual malice component where you have to prove that they know they lied like hell. And in Candace's situation, over and over again, because she was recycling conspiracy theories at one point. And they did it with a reckless disregard for the truth. And I would like to hope and think Erica Kirk going out to Tennessee was her way of trying to correct the record with Candace Owens. Candace was not entitled to that. But if Erica Kirk went out her way, had to leave her 2 babies behind, after all the slander, all the death threats, the kidnapping threats, some of which was amplified because of Candace. And she still decides to get on a plane and fly from Arizona to Tennessee, crossing at least 1 to 2 good time zones here, just to sit down with who's this guy? Did anyone of y'all tell me what his title is? What was his name? He said uppity. Who's the guy's name? The guy that was with her. You can tell he's from Chicago. Is he? And when you say prove that I listen to this every day. Go ahead. Prove that I listen to this every day and that I put it on my channel every day. First of all, I'm the queen of this. I do exactly what I want to do. I'm going to be very clear with that. I owe Candace nothing. The candy ass cult members in the box, boy, they're relentless. They think we're all supposed to be worshiping the ground she walks on. No. You go treat her like your deity. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, honey? Who's Bishop? I'm waiting for who's the guy that was with her in Tennessee? Let me see. No, not the guy that's in the video. The guy that flew out with Erica Kirk to Tennessee. What was his name and job title? Hold on. Because I don't know what his, I didn't look up these folks like that. What's his name? Whoever the dude was that flew out there with Erica Kirk, what is his job title there? What does he do at Turning Point? Off the bat. Anybody know? I'm not sure. Justin something. I know, yeah, it was Justin something. Anybody knows what that guy does? No, not Mikey. Not Mikey McCoy. Justin something. Justin Stripe. What does he do there? Thank you, Shirley. What does he do at the at TPUSA? Because I'm just curious to know why he went out there with Erica and not a TPUSA attorney. I'm just curious to know that. Yeah, Strife. I can't remember chef or staff or something. Chief of staff. Okay. That might make sense. I just don't understand why he went out there and she did not actually bring a TPUSA attorney with her, because even if she decided to file a lawsuit against Candace directly, she would have to utilize her attorney. I just don't get why she didn't bring them with her. Like, I don't know. I'm just so baffled by it. And there's no video recording. They should have still debunked her ass. Bottom line.
Would it be a private meeting? Why would Candace take a private meeting instead of doing it in the public? Isn't that her whole thing? Isn't her whole thing that we need to disclose things? We want people to know? She's going out there saying, why does nobody care? Why isn't the FBI talking? Why won't they give us the evidence? Why isn't Turning Point answering me? Why isn't the president addressing this? But then she takes a private meeting. Make that one make sense. For 3 months, the line was that we needed a public disclosure. That's why she was airing this out on her show. That's why she's showing private text messages. That's why she's attacking people on her show every week. Ostensibly, even if you're a believer, it's for the sake of public disclosure. Then you get a private meeting. Let me tell you what happens in a private meeting. It is not disclosure. What happens in a private meeting is a deal is made. That is what happens in private meetings. Private closed-door meetings with lawyers present is for deals. That is where deals are made. Deals that might not be well received by the public. That is where secretive arrangements are made in the shadows where no one is looking so that two sides can come to a formal agreement.
And this is why you record. Because it's left to assume. Thank you for that. He's a COO. Got it. Thank you so much. Justice Strife is a COO. And I mean, it's not like he's going to be able to guide Candace towards, doing research of any sort when it comes to TPUSA. It certainly didn't change how she felt about people there and saying that a few of them were a part of this cover-up, that she still can't specify what exactly the cover-up is. Planning and logistics, the recovery, if it's some money, something. She can't provide that evidence. So she couldn't even provide a concrete text message or a message sent from Charlie Kirk's phone. She literally said, I don't have concrete proof of that. Why purport it as a fact? She conflated the idea that they get death threats all the time to a specific message that was supposed to be a death threat. But how would that be any different than any other death threats? Which is why Erica Kirk would not want you sitting out here saying planes are following her everywhere. You make it sound like it's too easy to follow her. That's the last thing she wanted. If they're getting death threats, then they don't want to maneuver around where people can easily find them. Candace has literally said Egyptian planes were stalking Erica Kirk and or Charlie Kirk from 30,000 feet above the ground, because we would know these planes are in our airspace. If they're doing it for the sole purposes of stalking someone, that means they have to have a destination of where they're going and a reason if they're going to fly into our U.S. airspace. Otherwise, our U.S. military is going to take those planes out of the sky, Candace. She doesn't know how planes work, the authority or permission given when it comes to our U.S. Airspace, none of that. It's so unrealistic that planes are just going to be flying carelessly in the sky over U.S. soil, just to follow one civilian. Of all the civilians on Earth, they're following Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk. And she can't even pinpoint Erica and Charlie Kirk in the same exact locations at the same coordinates of where these planes were with any of these 73 points. None of that. None of that. The idea that someone can just say a transponder was cut off, you have to show where's the data to prove that? And when I say data, I mean the black box data that will come directly from that damn plane, or the transponded data that goes to the ATC. Something else she doesn't know about. This is so crazy. This is why you record this right here, because it's too much room for assumptions and theories, which is something that people who want to tell the truth, you should want to combat conspiracy theories. That by definition, conspiracy theories are not truth or facts. They're theories. You're theorizing. You're making assumptions. You're guessing. So a theory by definition is not a fact. If you want to tell the truth, you present facts and evidence and documentation. This heifer literally had someone in a meeting with her 5 hours, and she wasn't even bold enough to go to Phoenix. Once again, they catered and coddled to her nonsense. Where is the damn lawsuit? At the very least, if you can't show us a video from this meeting, show us a lawsuit. That's it. It's just crazy. This is how you end up with conspiracy theories. This is how you end up with assumptions, because you don't have the video of the actual meeting to show the public. Even if they recorded it, play a little bit of it. Like, and I saw a comment saying we don't have to believe anything she says. We don't trust anything Candace Owens says. I don't trust anything that Candace Owens says. I don't owe her that. I trust nothing that comes out of Candace's mouth, which is more of a reason why I don't understand why Erica Kirk would even fly out there unless there was a bigger plan in place that would make that worthwhile, because otherwise it was a waste of time. It was a waste of money to get on a plane, fly out to Tennessee just to be back at square one, and nothing comes out of it. It was a waste of time and money. And then it leaves us all wondering what the hell is going on.
Without the pressures of public opinion. That's what a private meeting is for. So she sits down for 4.5 hours, and I'm sure she was told in some way, shape, or form, we will sue you if you don't stop. And so Candace went live the next day, and she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She's trying to keep up the charade for her followers, but she knows that if she keeps talking, one, she's wrong. She was definitively told she was wrong, and that she's going to be sued. And what's sad about this is that the real enemy, the real problem, is the culture of paranoia that she has created, because now her own audience doesn't even believe her. And I watched this live stream today, 300,000 people watching, and all the comments were negative. All of them in the live chat, all of the top comments. If you go to the top comments of her video, every single one is saying, I can't trust anybody. It's a big club and no one's in it. I'm done with this. This has rotted my brain. I'm going back to my normal life. We can't trust anybody.
Oh, man.
Everybody is saying that she got the call. She sold out. She even addressed it on her show. She said it's all bots. So I guess that's part of the conspiracy now, too. The friend.
Candace is admitting she has bots, because I've been saying that for months. It's about damn time, Candace, you heifer. You know you have bots. They're working overtime for Christmas, okay? They're trying to get this money, because YouTube pays out like once a month. They're trying to get their cut. You know you have bots. You've always had bots, Candace. You got thousands to hundreds of thousands of people that can't even listen to Candace Owens without a support group. And as for me, without you all, the Luxers here in the LLC, hit the like button if you're enjoying this content. You can't make this up. And subscribe, so we can all just sit here and just laugh at this together, because it's the only way I can get through it. If I don't take anything Candace Owens says seriously, then why would I not laugh at her? Candace knows she's got bots. I haven't even seen the comments. I don't even listen to her comments segment in her videos. Y'all have to tell me, oh no, there's something you need to listen to in that. You're gonna miss out on something pertinent if you don't hear her reading her comments, because all she does is pick comments that seem to idolize and worship and adore her. That's it. Like she's God or something. But she doesn't read comments from both sides, or just questions, general questions. Like when the question came about her 2 degrees. That is the last time she probably read a question to where she knew she could not give a straightforward answer. So she either doesn't read comments that criticize her, or she doesn't read questions that actually challenge her to provide evidence. And she never did. Candace, we have yet to see evidence of your 2 degrees. Just stuff like that she could easily post up. If she's trying to tell truth, then post the evidence. You want to tell people that you got 2 degrees? It's not a fact until you show evidence, because that would not work in court. You can't go into court saying it is a fact that I said this and did that. Okay, well, you have evidence on this stuff. Well, see, what happened was I dropped out of college in my 3rd year, and then, I started working for Vogue, And of course, I just, fashion is important. But then I started this website where I was just doxing people, trying to get to the youth, trying to reach the kids before they started going out and becoming bullies. Something that Candace Owens has now become herself. Candace, you're the bully now. You're the wicked witch of YouTube. And your mother seems to be Megyn Kelly, because she wants to be mommy of the internet. You can't make this up. She's got content creators and podcasters afraid to say her name, because the cult enjoys cybercrimes, I guess. They enjoy the defamation. They enjoy harassing people, making threats. I got one. The video is in my members only channel. I segmented that part out where I got the comment. One way or the other, you'll pay one way or the other. What the fuck you say? Who you talking to? Like that? Child, please. Just don't work over here. That nonsense does not work over here. You say something like that, no, I want you to be plain. I want you to spill it out. I'm not Candace. I'm better. Candace, you're bad at this. You can't make this up. But she never denounces that. She never denounces the actions of Nicholas Ray and the other man that was put in jail in Florida for sending death threats because of Jewish conservatives she named and said that they have something to do with a cover-up. She puts these people's lives in danger because of her BS. And she wonders why Australia banned her ass. Girl. And look what happened in Australia at the Bondi Beach attack. It was like, we don't need this rhetoric. Your rhetoric is reaching other countries, Candace, in a bad way. And you're soulless and evil about it. And look how you're trying to mock Hanukkah. It's just it's one insult after another. And somehow I'm supposed to care about how she feel and what she think. No. I told the Candy ass cult members, y'all come to my chat at your own peril, at your own risk.
The Egyptians, the Israelis, the Beekeeper Society, and even her own audience that disagrees with her. Now they're part of the conspiracy too. And the audience think she's part of the conspiracy. Everybody's pointing the finger at everybody else. And now she's being devoured by by the monster that she herself created.
No, NPC.
She whipped everybody up with this insanity, totally irrational, totally paranoid. She got told the facts. She's trying to save face, and she's now being devoured by the monster that she herself created, who is saying, oh, now she's in on it. Now Erica was at her wedding. She's in the club too.
Oh my God.
And it's a fitting end. And I think these contradictions are eventually going to destroy her. You see, she's becoming completely unhinged.
Yep.
The way that she is lashing out at Tim Pool. She did some Instagram live pleading with her audience. I'm not compromised.
She is.
This is the beginning of the end. These contradictions will devour her. And in the end, she is going to get crippled by defamation lawsuits. I know she's got a few of them coming at least. And that's going to be the end of it.
Oh, man. I know she's got a few of them coming at least. Yeah. I've been saying that. I honestly hope that at least one of them is a federal lawsuit. Candace, keep effing around and finding out while you're sitting here being a part of some conspiracy. You understand that there's a such thing called a civil conspiracy, Candace. That's not specific to just criminal. You can literally be sued for being a part of a civil conspiracy, where the ultimate goal is to sit here and to take down a whole company. You know, when you said that people should request refunds from Turning Point USA, Candace, your dumbass doesn't even realize you were interfering with their opportunity and ability to generate revenue. They're a nonprofit organization that relies upon donations and contributions. That is considered a gift. There's no legal refund, like no legal premise to which a refund is given if you give a donation or contributions, unless you specify this contribution or donation is to go towards this specific endeavor. And there's an agreement, hear this, an agreement that you have with that recipient, that is what that money will be used for. Otherwise, if you give a gift, it's a gift. You can't make demands on how that gift is spent or utilized. But yet, her and this other content creator, Wolves in Finance, they go out and attack TP endowments, where you actually utilize that money to invest, to generate an ROI, so that you can spend the actual ROI back into the company. So her saying, go get a refund, that's considered to be tortious interference. It's tort. It's a liability or claim where you've caused injury financially by telling people to get refunds. It makes no sense. Just leave them alone if you don't like them. But just because they're going to defend themselves does not mean they have to accept your BS and your theories with no evidence, because by definition, theory is a guess. And that doesn't fly in court. You can guess all you want. But when you say something as a fact and you have no evidence, it's defamation. And you keep saying it over and over again. You can't make this up.
Let this be a lesson.
They need to sue her.
And the lesson is, our strongest weapon that we have is the truth. And the second that we compromise on our intellectual standards, the second that we compromise for the sake of some sense of partisanship. For example, I saw Ian Carroll. He said, you're on the wrong side of this. You're siding with the wrong people. This is an operation.
That's what that Rick person who threatened me in my chat said. You're on the wrong side of history. What the fuck history is she making? Candace is not that smart to make history like this. She's not even the first person to be sued by anyone internationally for defamation. There's case law on that. Candace, you're not even the first to be sued by someone from another country for defamation. Unbelievable. What history is being made here? And the audacity to think you're gonna put me on one side or the other. Like you were control and run this. No. Now that works over here. Not here. Now her and her cult members, they can go pull that nonsense on her channel in her comment section, because obviously that's what they're doing. But like I said, you come here to the Lady Luck Club, you get some sense, so you entering in at your own peril. But it makes no sense to sit here and her comments. I haven't even seen the comment section. That's just hilarious to think. Now you gotta have the cult mad at you. This cult
opportunity to strike a blow against Israel.
They're big mad.
The second that you start to engage in that kind of mentality, you lose your greatest weapon, which is the truth, which confers credibility upon you.
Because no one
it confers legitimacy. And that is gold. It is worth its weight in gold. Because think about the crisis that the country is undergoing. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis of legitimacy. It is a crisis of credibility. That is how you would characterize the problem in society.
Yeah.
It's faithlessness. Faithlessness in the elections, in the mainstream media, in the universities, in our government, in our law enforcement, in our politicians. It is a loss of confidence that all of the powerful people are being honest to us, or that they're looking out for us, or that they're even who they say they are.
If nothing meaningful happened in that room, why did her messaging immediately become more careful? Why did the clarity disappear? Why did the fire cool so abruptly? This is what pressure looks like in real time. Not public threats, not dramatic confrontations, but quiet, closed-door conversations where power doesn't need to raise its voice because it doesn't have to. Before I continue with Nick's own words and how he explains this dynamic in detail, I want to pause again and ask you to really think about this and leave your opinion in the comment section. Ask yourself whether you've seen this pattern before. A public figure pushes too hard, crosses an invisible line, and then suddenly recalibrates after a private conversation. That's exactly what we're witnessing here.
That's really the problem. It would be great if we had an intelligence agency that was actually defending the homeland and was made up of patriots and was looking out for the people. It would be great if we had a paper of record that was actually honest and looking out for the people. It would be great if we had a leader, a president, that was honest and looking out for the people. We would love that. We would love national unity.
Wait, I thought he supported Trump here. You see, because I don't dive into politics, but okay.
We would love efficaciousness from these institutions. We would love leadership from a natural hierarchy of elite people. We would love those things. That is what makes a country great. But we have lost confidence in all these people because they have abused their trust, or the trust that has been placed in them. The politicians are corrupt and lie. The intelligence agencies are corrupt, infiltrated, and they lie. The media is corrupt, infiltrated, and it lies. And so now people don't believe in anything. And most people have difficulty.
Which is the problem, because that means you're putting way too much trust in other things. That's the issue here. See, I can say I'm not political because I know at the end of the day, when I stand before God on Judgment Day, He will not be asking me if I voted for a Republican or a Democrat. God does not care about our petty politics. And I say that when you compare our politics to God and the standards and what you need to do to go to heaven. It's minuscule in comparison. It's something that humanity, mankind made here on earth. But the fact that we have laws that says we got rights. You have the right to decide whether you want to be Republican, Democrat, Green Tea, Libertarian, Federalist, whatever all the political platforms are. You have the right to be a part of that. And to vote based on your alignment with someone else's views and their platform and their policies and what you feel and believe that they're going to achieve. But with that, you don't sit here and exalt a person, a mere mortal, on this high standard where they don't belong. You have cult members comparing Candace Owens to Jesus Christ, to God Himself. That's not where she belongs. Why put her up on that high pedestal? And in the moment she says things that cult members don't like, that's what happens, Candace. They tore up your comment section. Quite frankly, I'm laughing at the the irony of it all. I'm here for the irony of it all. It's funny to me. They tore her comment section up, ripped her to shreds. The problem is that she knows she has bots, and they're just pushing a narrative. The human beings that believe her to that extent, where they saw her as this godlike figure, and they put her on the same level of Jesus Christ. You put her on this pedestal that is unattainable and unrealistic. And you forget that this is a mere mortal to whom we owe nothing to, especially from the LLC. We don't want her shit. I have no reason to put her on a pedestal for any reason or to believe anything she says. I go by her actions or lack thereof. And what she does not do is post up documentation and evidence. Simple evidence. Candace, where's that FBI text message? Or photos and videos of this green pickup truck? Or hotel security camera footage? Or this military base security camera footage? She doesn't post that fundamental evidence. You can't ID someone and say that you saw them on a military base and you have no actual photos or proof putting them on the base. And military bases are just littered with cameras. You can't even get past the military checkpoint to get onto the base without being captured on a camera. But that is how rudimentary Candace Owens thinks. She doesn't think, you know what? If I'm going to say someone, or bring someone on my show to my platform and allow this person to say, yes, I identified Erica Kirk on this military base. Okay, do you have any security camera footages or photos of her on that base? And can you prove you were there as well at the same time? You putting her in a hotel? Same thing. You can't put someone in a hotel lobby and forget that there are security cameras in the hotel lobby. That there are security cameras at every door of that hotel. How the hell are these people getting into that hotel and they're not being captured on a camera again? But somehow they can try to shield themselves from the hotel camera in the lobby, but not at the front damn door. She says stupid things that make no sense. And she knows that her cult are going to buy every word she says, hook, line, and sinker, because they got her on this pedestal where they don't fact check. They just automatically trust it, and they automatically believe it, and they automatically have faith in it. And what the hell for? Candace Owens will not be shedding any blood for anybody's sins on a cross. It will be inconceivable in her world. So why treat her like she's God? Why treat her like she died on the cross? This is what happens. And then you get utterly disappointed when you realize, oh, you're not still saying the same things I wanted you to say. No. Whether she's not acting in good faith. She acts in bad faith. So you have to accept the fact that she's going to lie like hell at some point and contradict herself, to where if you're a diehard cult member, you're a candy ass cult member, she's going to start changing her narratives a lot more. And if TPUSA and Erica Kirk hit her with a lawsuit, which you're all hoping for, then she's really going to she's going to end up changing a lot, because now she sees this potential loss of income. And George somehow is going to have to sell some boycott. All because people put her on a pedestal where she didn't belong in the first place. You can't make this stuff up. The last thing you need to do is sit here and present yourself to be perfect, or to insult the aspect of journalism, Candace. Tomorrow we'll go over her shows. Oh my God. Leading questions. You're basically giving him the answer. Candace, you suck.
Be discerning, because most people have not dedicated their life to sifting through political truth, which can be abstruse and sophisticated and convoluted.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why people are having a difficult time. They're unmoored. They don't know where to get information. They don't know who to trust. In comes America First. In comes those who are Israel critical or whoever. And they say, we have a better way. We are going to be honest about race. We're going to be honest about the problems we have. We're going to be honest about Israel and the influence of foreign countries. We have what the institutions don't, and that is credibility, legitimacy, confidence. And we have those things because we tell the truth. When it's unpopular, when it's inconvenient, when sometimes it's messy or it can be inconsistent too sometimes. It doesn't always comport with the narrative. The world is not always black and white. And credibility is something that is earned over time by telling the truth and having a good track record. Admitting when you're wrong.
Right.
Being proven right even when it was unpopular to say the things you were saying. Saying a thing that will cost you monetarily or socially or politically. That is what gives a person their credibility. It's their willingness to tell the truth, even when it hurts them. And this is an example of what happens when you embrace everything else, the passions of the crowd, when you drop any editorial standards, when you don't vet information, when you're doing it for money or you're doing it for a grift. There actually is a conflict of interest. At some point, you have to say, if you're getting millions and millions of views, hundreds of thousands of live viewers, you're making millions of dollars, you have to at some point say there is a financial incentive to keep this going, always. And you have to then evaluate, is this person doing it for money or for the sake of the truth? That becomes
Candace is doing this for money, clicks, views, likes, and subs. Her cult members confirm that every time they say that in my chat. Still too stupid to realize it. Now it could be a bot copying and pasting, because that's what they do. But that's why I always tell the mods, let the cult members have at it. Let them throw tantrums. They're copying and pasting the same comments anyway. But they confirm she's doing this for the money. That she's doing this for views, likes, and subs when they sit here and lie about her being number one. Because that's based on views, downloads, likes, subs, metrics. You know, here's a term that the bots probably cannot compute. Metrics. Analytics. All of that comes together to determine who ranks number one globally as far as podcasting is concerned. But when they come in and they say that, they're reiterating what people like myself and everyone else is saying about Candace doing this for views, likes, subs, clicks, money. That's what she brags on that herself. But for her to be offended and say, I'm not doing this for the views and the likes and the money, then why brag about being number one and knowing that you're lying about it? You're falsely representing that. Why let your bots do that? I'm curious about why they copy and paste. Is that something that can be debunked? But they confirm it. So technically, they're doing that hard part without us having to really say that. I don't argue about that because they're confirming that she's doing this for views and likes. That all goes into her having the most viewed and the most downloaded videos. Views. So she's doing it for the views. That's the category she's number one in. Most viewed and most downloaded. So for her to say, I'm not doing it for views and likes, when she brags about being number one for having the most views and downloads, is a direct contradiction. And because Candace is too stupid to look up the definition of the word hypocrisy or contradiction, she has no idea that she's lying. Those words are synonymous with each other. None. So this is what happens. So they proved that one point, because bots.
Comes to conflict of interest. And I think this is an example of that runaway train where, let's be honest, the conspiracy theorists are now in the driver's seat. It is now popular. It is now lucrative. There is no censorship anymore. No. It's not like it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, if you were a conspiracy theorist, you were ostracized, you made no money, you were censored, you were ridiculed. It was actually, you had...
How much money you think I'm earning? And you can see my views on my videos. I don't even think I've even received 100,000 views. But I have videos that get less than 1,000, and I still put it out. That is on my analytics page. Feel free to actually do a Google search or read something today. Go on my analytics. That's public information, just like anybody else's YouTube analytics. And then you can see how many views my videos are getting. Just as a tidbit for you, once again, because bots, don't compute information, or cult members, I get 10 cents per 1,000 views. So you can get a calculator and tally that up. Because it's simple mathematics. If I have videos that are barely getting 2,000 or 3,000 views, how much money do you think I'm getting in? 20 cents? Yeah, because, oh no, that's going to break the bank. Them 10 cents per 1,000 views, boys. Yeah, you'd be wealthy after that. 3 good videos, you earn 30-40 cents for the day. Yeah, I'm living high and mighty right now. Can't make this shit up.
To care about the truth more than anything to say those things because it cost you. Let's be honest, it isn't that way anymore. Candace Owens is probably the #1 political live streamer or political content creator in the country by far.
God.
300,000 live viewers today. She's making more money maybe than anybody.
I have to pause right here and explain something to you. What you're watching unfold is not just a disagreement or a misunderstanding between personalities. This is about optics, leverage, and pressure in modern political media. When figures like Candace Owens take a strong public stance for weeks or months and then suddenly shift her tone after a private meeting, people are naturally going to ask why. That pause, that hesitation, that uncertainty is what Nick Fuentes zeroes in on. Now keep in mind, Nick is not presenting this as confirmed fact. He is offering his interpretation, his analysis, based on patterns he says he has seen over and over again in politics and media. According to Nick, these kinds of meetings rarely happen unless there is something to gain, something to lose, or something to manage behind the scenes. When someone walks into a meeting confident, aggressive, and unyielding, and then walks out cautious, restrained, and unclear, that doesn't happen by accident. It suggests boundaries were set, expectations were communicated, and consequences were implied, whether explicitly stated or not.
Yep.
As a conspiracy theorist. So it's not like it was. And now there are these perverse incentives where it just pays to be paranoid. It just pays to throw shit at the wall.
Right.
Say, I don't believe in that. I'm just asking questions. Oh, this stinks. Oh, this looks ridiculous. There's now a powerful financial incentive to just say that for the sake of the money because there's a general.
Yeah, because if I wanted to get a lot of views to the cult member, if I wanted to get a lot of views, I would just say whatever Candace Owens is saying. Would I not? Wouldn't it make more sense that if I wanted views and to get more money, that I would just agree with Candace Owens? Wouldn't that make sense? People who sit down and do content where they're either trying to sound as neutral as possible because they're afraid of something, or they actually agree with her and they just repeat her talking points, they get over 6 figures in views, like over 100,000 views on average. She bringing in 2 to 3 million. So all her bots and cult members are going to flood around to their safe space and go to everybody's videos that are reassuring them that somehow their belief in whatever Candace Owens is saying is somehow valid with no facts or evidence or definitions of terms research. But that's what they do. So they're going to give that support to those who agree and align themselves with Candace Owens. Same thing Megyn Kelly is trying to do. And I don't know why. She's being disingenuous to her own platform. If you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth no matter the cost. So I get a couple thousand views on a video, but someone that goes and agrees with Candace Owens can clock in 50,000 views in 4 hours. It might take me a couple of days to get to 2,000 to 3,000. And it won't be every video. How's that making money? That's the price I paid for still putting out the truth. That's it. We go over lawsuits, tax documents here. We got to finish going over the Brexit tax documents. The other consult confirmed that the other consultation for social media fundraising LLCs, like shell companies. But we go over tax forms, tax documents. And all I'm doing really is comparing and looking up some addresses. But information like that, basic information, is not being put out. So I choose to do that so that people can see what's truly going on. I put the facts out there. I don't force people to believe it. But if I wanted all these views, I would just say whatever the hell Candace Owens is saying. And at the end of the day, that's not the price I want to pay. Because all that damn lying is going to catch up to you. And, you know, Candace at some point might just lift up her eyes in hell.
Climate of suspicion. And that's why now it is the job of the genuine conspiracy theorist to exercise judgment, prudence, restraint. The pendulum is swung. Now everyone's a conspiracy theorist and the mob is whipped up and they will go with anything, any crumb.
Yeah.
Any seed of doubt, they will take it and run with it. Now it's our job to be restrained. Now it's our job to lead, actually, in a different way. And for those that cannot discern, to actually provide objective analysis. And Candace Owens was not doing that. And now she is being devoured by her own audience. She told her audience, there's this completely insane conspiracy. Everyone's in on it. It was told to me in a dream. We don't know anything, but we know somehow because we feel like it. And consequently, now that she has been told the facts, backed up by the threat of a lawsuit, now she's in this impossible situation. If she tells the truth, they're not going to believe her. If she lies, she's going to get sued and destroyed. So she's trying to satisfy everybody, and her audience turns on her and says, you know what, I'm just going to bury my head in the sand all over again. She has set back the movement probably 5 years in every way. So let that be a lesson. Now she's
is he talking about the conservative movement?
Cracking up. Where does she take it from here? Who knows? And I think I will at some point be doing an expose about her and where she came from. This is an all too familiar pattern. Who is this person?
Yes,
exactly.
That is the same question a lot of people.
That was the purpose of us going over the lawsuits. So you all can see that. You know, because Candace, that's what good journalists do. Yeah, that's the purpose. And I told you all this. I said I went over the lawsuits because I want you all to see this pattern of behavior. That was the entire reasoning for that. So now you guys can tell, like, what she's doing in the lawsuits. Okay, yes, that's so he's talking about the conservative movement. Oh, okay. Victor Davis Hansen, show you learn stuff people don't like that. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Channels where we're actually doing some research, you know, pulling up information. My endowment video on TP Endowment, TP USA's endowment their one of their LLC subcomponents, the endowment, that I don't even know if I got 5,000 views on that. But it took me 2 to 3 days to get the research together and to put that video together so that you guys understood the various types of endowments, what an endowment is designed to do, why it's so popular with nonprofit organizations, and the fact that it's designed to actually invest. Wolves in Finance lied like hell. I debunked him and Candace. She playing his video on her channel where she still didn't look up the definition of an endowment her damn self. Why couldn't she ask herself these questions that she keeps asking, that she said she was going to answer? Asking the public at this point, after almost 3.5, 4 months, who killed Charlie Kirk is futile. Candace was supposed to be answering that question. But Candace didn't ask what the hell is an endowment and actually present basic facts and information about it. So when she brought in that Wolves and Finance video, he goes in talking about, I think it's highly unethical for them to be invested in the stock market. But that's what an endowment is designed to do. Invest. So investing in the stock market is ideal. There's nothing illegal or unethical about it. It's standard. But because neither of these clowns gave any basic information on it, this heifer just let this video play on her channel. And she didn't try to rectify any of the things that he said. She didn't even disagree with something if it was factually incorrect. She just said, yeah, here it is. They're stealing money. The end. Blah, blah, blah. They're committing fraud. All these things she keeps making as an affirmative allegation. No insight on that at all. And it's not based on facts. But has she taken the time to look up what is an endowment, she probably would have never played his video. But yet that video he got almost has 1 million views. So when you lie like hell, people listen. When you tell the truth and you present facts, it's boring. But you don't get the views like that. I'm like a little bit over 50 people away from having 30,000 supporters. And people are getting millions of views and hitting 50 to 100,000 subs on YouTube, repeating Candace Owens. Make that make sense? That's based on analytics. That's how numbers and math works. I don't expect the bots to understand it because they don't compute this stuff. The cult members barely listen. But that's how it works. So the algorithm is not designed for people who tell the truth and show facts, because people aren't interested in it. They want to be salacious. They want to be conspiratorial. They want to idolize a mere mortal. And then they turn around and get disappointed when it doesn't go their way. This is to be expected with Candace, because her ass is about to start paying the price legally for it. George, you about to lose a lot of money. This is what happens when you don't tell Candace to go make you a sandwich. When the hell he gonna tell her to be quiet? Oh Lord. All right, y'all. So this is Ben Shapiro's video. This is gonna be the last. We got Ami to end out on a funny note, because laughter is good for the soul. But Ben Shapiro rips Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson over Charlie Kirk's assassination theories. All right, we're gonna check this out, y'all. Hit the thumbs up. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. Yeah, give it a minute. Okay, let me reconnect. So, by popular demand, you guys wanted to see this, and we're about to check it out. I just Googled Ben Shapiro video of his speech at AmFest. So this is on Magno News. Make sure you guys go check them out. See, they got 620,000 subs. What a blessing. And it is a blessing. It's a blessing even for 30,000 for people to want to be interested in the truth and facts and evidence and documentation. So either way, I'm still blessed, and I appreciate you guys for supporting me here in the LLC. We're gonna check this out. This is my first time even being on this channel. So here's the YouTube channel link for this. We're gonna go ahead and check this out, y'all. Ben Shapiro ripped them a new one, I heard. All right, let's get to it. Put a one in the chat. You know what? Let me do this first. I want to do this first. Since it is about the time to be able to gift memberships, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. If you've noticed, I pinned up the message for you guys to hit the like button, and I did a poll. So it's basically yes or no. Do you believe that Erica Kirk and TPUSA should file a lawsuit against Candace Owens and her team? Yep, all 4 of them. Because they're aiding in this nonsense. They're being complicit. They're failing to do research. I mean, just simple Google. There are videos I hear people who were interviewed that were at the event and they saw Charlie Kirk get shot and bleed because they were right there. My video footage I had sent to me was from someone that was standing in the second row. That's how close up they were. And I couldn't upload it because, YouTube would have blocked it or flagged it. But that's how close up it was. So for her to here make it seem like, oh, somehow human anatomy and biology doesn't exist in this reality on Earth. I mean, it's just pure idiocy. It's idiocy, Candace. You can just look this stuff up. I even showed the anatomical view of the neck and the blood vessels in it when I first started reporting on this. And that video didn't crack 1 million views. It wasn't salacious. It was factually correct and a matter of science. But that's how it is. And I keep telling the truth. Then I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. So make sure you guys participate in that poll. Hit the like button. And if you're subscribed, I'm about to give some memberships out. We get 10 free a month. So, because I got to do this before I forget. So congratulations to those that receive memberships. You'll be able to check out all the content in the membership. And you'll be able to see this, segment of one of the candy asses of the bots or whatever the fuck it was trying to come in and threaten me. One way I pay, one way or the other. Can't make this up. Let me give out the other 5. All right, there you go. All 10 have been given out. Thank y'all so much for your support. And it randomly chooses people on YouTube. So I can't just select people for a membership. YouTube just randomly selects it. But we get 10 free a month. And I just gave out my 10. Thank you all so much. All right, let's get back to it.
The future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, and a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that, a danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not.
And only people who sit here and have a cult following sit here and talk about everything being an attack when it's criticism, because they chose to be a public figure. Candace Owens has already established herself to be a public figure. In the lawsuit she filed against USA Today, one of the reasons why we also went over these lawsuits, whether she was the petitioner or the defendant, we went over them for a reason. Pattern of behavior. This speaks to her narcissism. She sits here and lies about, oh, I'm open to being corrected. You know, I could be wrong at this, but she doesn't mean it, because when the opportunity presents itself for her to actually take accountability without someone having to tell her grown ass she's wrong, she doesn't say it. She doesn't realize on her own accord that she's wrong. She acts in bad faith, and then when she gets called out on it, then all of a sudden, depending on who it's coming from, she either, oh, they're attacking me, I'm the victim, and she plays the victim. Or she sits here and puts on this fake persona that, no, I never said I was perfect. I could be wrong as well. Well, then be wrong, damn it. If you could be wrong, be wrong. It's like someone saying, I tell the truth, but then every time they talk, I'm telling the truth. You got to believe me. You don't have to tell people that you're not lying and that you tell the truth to tell the truth. Just simply tell the truth. It's stupid. But she does that. And this is classic narcissism, cult of personality. Someone who cannot accept wrongdoing. They can't accept the fact that they can make a mistake. Even if you want to call it a mistake, she blows up over that. We're also going to go over her interview with Piers Morgan tomorrow, because it was just bananas. It was buffoonery. Candace is not good at debates because she overtalks and just rambles on and on and on and on and on and on. And the other person can't get out one point. And then she ends up saying dumb things because she's only doing this just to overtalk, not because she has a valid point to prove. Now, when I say things, I know I'm not talking to the bots because they don't care. They're not real. I'm not talking to the candy ass cult members because they don't care what I have to say. They don't believe it. They just enjoy the banter in my chat. But it's not like they're walking away saying, you know, that was a valid point. That was a fair point. Actually, you show some very good evidence. You show some basic information. I drop links so that you can research yourself. I put the information out there and leave it up to people to take what they want to take out of it and how they want to handle it. But it is at least information that you can look up. You know, because reading is fundamental. And that's what we do here. Candace can't even be wrong about something simple as you don't have evidence to show that the message existed in the first place, or that Erica Kirk was on a base. Where's the security camera footage from that damn base? From a security camera on that base. Or still images from Erica being on the base. Or in a hotel even. From her being in the hotel. They have cameras. She forgets that there are cameras everywhere we go now. Whether you like it or not, if you want a government that is accountable and transparent, just like with court documents being able to be viewed by the public, that's called accountability and transparency. You can't pick and choose when you want accountability and transparency. But when she's being sued, she doesn't even want anybody to go over the motion to dismiss. That's the hypocrisy and the narcissism that won't allow her to be even wrong and actually make a mistake and admit to it. Say, you know what? I messed up. I want to make sure I correct this. And then keep living. Nope. She throws a tantrum. Then the cult throws a tantrum. And then you got to see all this in the chat because they all just throwing tantrums because they copying and pasting her nonsense. That's it.
On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants.
Look at this nonsense.
Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the—
Candace, intellect is beneath me, honey. I would never give her the time of the day. For her to do exactly what she does every time she talks to anyone else. Overtalk them. Unless it's Andrew Tate or Harvey Weinstein. Or some random person that claims to be a Harry Meyer when he's someone else. She takes time for absolute deplorable people of garbage. It would be disingenuous for me to bring that on my platform. See, quality over quantity. She got 5.6 million people. But it's quantity for her. It's quality for me. Thereby, credibility. So I don't owe her shit. In other words,
American people. First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship.
Yep.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young...
Candace is 36 with 4 kids. Grow the hell up, Candace. Grow up. That's the problem. You're babying her for what? But Megyn Kelly said, I'm not the mother of the internet, and then lied 4 times back to back. What a disgrace to the whatever bar she's registered with as a so-called former litigator or prosecutor. Megyn Kelly is the absolute worst attorney and representation of it. And the reason why people don't trust attorneys. Megyn Kelly is the reason why people don't trust attorneys.
Mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, my goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this, and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erica Kirk's side. You know, the side of the widow with 2 children, whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with the person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with a guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, you know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the vice president of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to...
Wait, whoa. I thought he was conservative. Yeah, I did play his video here. But I'm not political either. I thought... Okay, so Nick Fuentes does not support Trump. He's not conservative or Republican. What is he? He's talking about them like he's a conservative. Oh my goodness. Nick is not conservative. Oh, that's new. So who is he? I mean, when he's out doing all of this and talking about politics, who is he supporting? He's not supporting conservatives or Republicans. Who is he supporting? And he definitely can't be a liberal or Democrat. You can't make this up.
There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up, and he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests.
1000% on that, because we're having a whole attorney here tomorrow. Megyn Kelly, I'm going to let Nick Brooks, Esquire, a California bar licensed attorney, show you how it's done, heifer. Because you can learn a thing or two. You can call out things when it's wrong and then not compromise facts and evidence either. You got to another attorney that will call out Candace when she's wrong and still be fair in his assessment of the actual lawsuit proceedings or the possibility of Erica Kirk suing Candace, or just fundamental principles on law and definitions of terms like defamation. He gives both sides. That's what you want. Milk Bar is not political. He actually did not agree to the Macrons filing a lawsuit against Candace Owens. And I still want him to come back. Where you can look down the middle and remain neutral. I don't let anybody put me in a box here. You can bring on guests that are also neutral and they can just give you facts and information. If they give their opinion, they state that their opinion to be such. Not force something as a fact because, trust me, bro, with no evidence. We don't do that. Good journalists don't do that. If you're pursuing the truth, you're asking questions and then you're actually going out to get the answers. Candace won't even go to UVU and tour the damn campus. Why aren't the Candy Ass Cult members telling Candace Owens, hey, why don't you go live from the UVU campus and then you can go there and look at whatever you want to look at? At the very least, follow the footsteps of Tyler Robinson. And then you can point out, inaccuracies or things that might be contradictory as you actually go out there and be boots on the ground. She won't even go to the damn school. That's the problem. She's not even trying to get information. She wants it to fall in her lap through her stupid ass tip line she does not vet. Candace could just go to UVU and go tour the campus. She won't do that. Lazy shit. Lazy. I'm gonna go back up a little bit.
Historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests.
Oh, man.
Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just asking questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh.
Check the record.
Oh.
Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does, and it's really cute when it comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none.
Yeah.
They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. They're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence, They are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process. Finally, because it is our job to make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse. Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life, none of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control, you can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail. Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious, the United States is still the greatest country in the history of planet Earth. We have the greatest constitution ever devised by man. We have the greatest founding philosophy ever put to paper in the Declaration of Independence. In this country, you can make of yourself what you will, and if there are true obstacles standing in your way, we can all work together to remove them. That, by the way, is the essence of conservatism, that we live in a world created by God with a logic and a rationale, that we as human beings were created in God's image, as it says in the book of Genesis, with creative capacity and the power to choose, and that in a free country of limited government and defined powers, with property rights and equality under law, our destiny is in our hands, and that we all have a duty to make the most of that historic opportunity. Anyone who tries to convince you otherwise is lying to you, and they are making your life worse in the process. Now, that lie may feel good in the moment. It may excuse us from taking the corrective action we can take on a personal level to fix our lives. It might give us someone else to blame for our own failures. But in the end, the lie kills. Not just your future, but the country that we've been given. So, for those of us who talk for a living, that's our job. To discuss America's problems with truth and with evidence. To provide possible solutions. And to encourage Americans to succeed and make great decisions. We who speak to people on a regular basis, who have a microphone and an audience, we have duties to you. The duty to speak the truth. The duty to speak from principle, not personal feeling. The duty to take responsibility for our own actions. The duty to provide you with evidence to do more than conspiracize or just ask questions. And the duty to posit real solutions. And if we fail in those duties, you shouldn't listen to us. But you have duties too. Far more important duties. Duties to God and to yourself and to your families.
Read, dear Lord, read. Reading is fundamental. Read. When I go on these different websites that are credible, especially like dictionary.com or Britannica, I drop the link. Go read for yourselves. Research. Now, the Luxers do that. I know you guys do. Like I said, I put out facts and information and evidence, and I let people take from it what they will. Only in the Lady Luck Club will I decide to play Nick Fuentes and then turn around and play Ben Shapiro right behind him, because I'm the queen of this and I get to do that. I don't have to agree with everything either one of them says. But when they say something factually correct and they provide common sense statements and logical points, that should be put out there to the forefront. Because if not, to the commenter that asked if I was praising something about Candace, I've never praised that woman. Here, won't you? She has no power over here. But when they say something that's factually correct and logical, you put that out to dispel the nonsense and the buffoonery from Candace Owens, who does not believe that dinosaurs existed and walked this earth, or that the moon landing is real, and that probably the earth is not round and is flat. Her conspiracy theories are so close to QAnon. I don't even know why maybe all the people who were QAnon just flocked over to Candace Owens. Shout out to Lene Stacks. What's going on, girl? How you doing? I see people coming up in here late. Billy, how you doing? What's happening, honey? Yeah, all right, Miss McGriddles. No, we were not. No. I don't know where you got that from. No, you can't make this up. But no, I believe in, here's the epitome of logic only. Yeah, I believe in putting out the facts and the information, the evidence. Candace wants to talk about common sense and logic. You get two people on the extreme ends of the spectrum here. You got a Ben Shapiro and a Nick Fuentes. And somehow, I've played two separate videos, one from each, where they're practically saying the same thing. The same points he's making right now, Nick Fuentes just made it in the video we played right before this one. That goes to show when you are using logic and common sense and wisdom, applying some baseline knowledge and information and speaking truth, you end up saying what you're aligned in, whether you realize it or not. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes seems like they're polar opposites of each other, right? But yet, we have heard statements that literally overlap each other, where they've said the same things, making the same points, telling the truth, having credibility, maintaining integrity, having morality. Whether Nick is trolling or not, he still said those things. And Ben Shapiro is saying the same thing. This is the power of being neutral, not being political, and sticking straight to the facts and to the truth and to logic and common sense. You can play a Nick Fuentes video and then play a Ben Shapiro speech and hear them two say the same thing. Because I get to do that here in the LLC. Shout out to you all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right, let's get back to it.
The duty to do the best for yourself and your family and your country with the abilities that God gave you. The duty to be grateful for this extraordinary country. The duty to celebrate what we've all been given and to fight to preserve it. All of that, every bit of that, begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth. And true victory only comes through truth.
I'm Nick Brooks, a California.
Oh,
attorney.
man.
Today we're looking at how Candace.
That was the end of it. I went to the next. Actually, started over with my playlist here. Wow. Did Erica Kirk speak? One of you all said she said something. Did she speak as well? I'm assuming she did. Let's look that up right quick. Because tomorrow we watching Candace shows. Y'all said she said something. Hold on, I gotta make sure I pull up video where I don't have to worry about it get blocked. What did she say? Can you all give me a timestamp in her video?
A lot of this could be done without me.
Is there a timestamp in her video? Which did she actually address Candace, or she said something close or similar to it? I thought I saw one of you all tell me that. Yeah, she did right before Ben. Did she say something about Candace? Hold on. All right, this will be the last one, and then we'll do some Army. We need a laugh. Y'all have a timestamp? Or she just kind of makes a point or two and she doesn't say her name. I don't know. She never says her name, but let me see. All right, let's see what she talking about.
And I believe that. I mean, from the high school department, the college department, let's make Turning Point so big that it can survive beyond just the founder. A lot of organizations and groups, as soon as a founder leaves, it just kind of collapses. A lot of my job is not always in the day-to-day details. It's very much vision casting, very much driving success. But we have a great board, and God forbid if something happens, they'll figure it out. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA.
Candace is so
Erica would
jealous
do a great job.
You are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, you guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you.
Aww.
And Charlie always said the next generation will decide whether freedom endures. And because of you, I know that freedom will endure.
The next speaker is a very, very special speaker, and she has had a heroic last year, and I believe she's the best mom in the world. She is my hero and the love of my life. Join me in welcoming Erica Kirk.
Yeah, notice he didn't say Candace Owens. I just want you all to take note of that. He did not say Candace Owens. Once again, he did not say Candace Owens. Is she about to speak?
This is a full circle moment for me. 2 years ago, my husband stood on this stage and said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And boy, did he. You know, it's really interesting. The enemy has thrown a lot of curveballs at us today and this week and the past 3 months. And one of them is the fact that my entire speech has been wiped because my iPad won't even turn on. So that's a fun technical difficulty that we can figure out. So we're just going to wing it.
Wing it, girl.
We're just going to wing it. I was going to share with you stats. I was going to share with you all of the things that we have going on building. So I'm going to just start it off with this. So last year, Charlie, I'll rewind. AmFest is Charlie's Super Bowl. Thank you. These are the stats. I got the stats, no speech. So again, we're going to wing it. So AmFest last year, Charlie reminded me that this was his Super Bowl. And for those of you who are sitting in the back, my husband was very intentional about making sure he was in the back because he wanted to sit in what he considered maybe the worst seat in the arena. And he made it a point to listen to the whole intro video, every speaker video, and he would tell the team, louder, more bass, more noise. He would say, there's a treble and a bass knob, turn the ones to make it right. So even if you feel like you're in the worst seat in the house, you're not, because Charlie's sitting in one of those. So you're in good company up there. But what's also very interesting is that when Charlie first and the team first came up with, since I don't have a speech, I might as well just walk around. When Charlie first came up with AmFest, he thought to himself, who would not love to celebrate America? So we're going to name it AmFest. And that's what he did. And I'll never forget, last year, we were blessed to have President Trump come and speak. And afterwards, Charlie turns to me, starts running. I'm like, where are you going? He's like, I'm about to go on Air Force One. I'm in heels trying to chase him to figure out what is going on. He goes, okay, so I got to get on Air Force One. I was like, good for you, baby. He's like, okay, so I need you to close out the AmFest, and I need you to do the staff meeting afterwards. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, you're closing out AmFest. And I was like, I am not closing out AmFest. He's like, yes, you are. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And he goes, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. I was like, you always say that to me whenever we're in a position where we won't, like there's no script, there's nothing. He's like, baby, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. So again, here we are. It's right. So now we're opening AmFest. But what's so interesting and what I have learned so much within these past 3 months, again, the enemy, but he will never win. We know we're on the winning side. God is so good. So Charlie loved to share AmFest stats. So that's what we're going to do really quick. He would love for you guys to know that 80% of the attendees have never attended a TPUSA event before. So thank you for everyone who is new. Welcome home. Turning Point USA is your home, and we're loving that you're here. 1/3 of the attendees are students. Yeah? We love our students. 54% are...
I'm going to ask a question. If you don't like Erica Kirk, why watch anything with her in it? Just like her Candace Owens allows Israel to live rent-free in her head. Why let Erica Kirk live rent free in your head if you don't like her? I don't understand it. See, I'm indifferent to it because I want her to stand up for herself, and I want her to defend herself, her 2 kids, because people, the cult members forget she has 2 babies, and she's getting death threats and kidnapping threats. I don't expect them to express any level of humanity, but I'm just curious, why allow her to live rent free in your head if thou be a real human, and obsess over this if you don't like it, don't watch it. That's a very easy solution. You got cult members in here that's saying it. I don't get it. Why watch it? I don't get it. You got people attacking Erica. Why? I enjoy her speech. I think she has a lot of poise. She has a lot of grace. She's gone this entire time and she never called out Candace by her name. And I'm glad she didn't. Because that's validating Candace Owens' existence on earth in your mind. And she doesn't owe her that. I love the fact that she's very poised. And she's just getting rocks thrown at her in every which way. It's not worth it. She got kids. So don't watch her if you don't like her. I mean, I wouldn't if I didn't care for her. I would watch this. But you can't help but to feel her children. I never met her. I don't really follow her like that. So I just want her to be safe. And I think she has the right to defend herself and her children that are catching death threats and kidnapping threats. Because death threats and kidnapping threats are being hurled her way. Do those kids deserve that? That's what I think about when I'm watching anything. Do the kids deserve that? Kids don't deserve that. Bots are bots. Bots are going to be bots. But to the human beings that sit here and worship the ground Candace Owens walk on, you hate Erica Kirk and you can't say why. Other than, she's fake. It's the same copy and paste stuff. But you can't really articulate why based on some fundamental facts or evidence or something. But Candace Owens says, you all might want to get your refunds back to donors and contributors over to TPUSA. And then all of a sudden, yeah, that sounds about right. And she can't say why either. That's not her company. Yet she doesn't want people to donate to it. It's a nonprofit. Is it something where people go out and they stay in the hotel or something? Is this like a conference? How long does this AmFest last? I'm just curious. This is my first time seeing something related to an AmFest. How many days does this occur over?
Female attendees. Okay. We have 40 breakout sessions, 178 sponsors, all 50 states represented. We have 25 countries represented plus Puerto Rico, but I have the list here. Don't worry, guys. Egypt is not on the list. Don't worry about that. But, oh, how funny. I say Egypt and my iPad turns on. That's fun. Where were we? Okay. So anyways, the past 3 months I have learned a lot. You learn very quickly who is ready to go to war with you.
That's good.
You learn very quickly who thinks emotionally versus logically when you go through something as horrible that not only myself went through, but every single one of you in here that loved my husband. You find out who stays with you, who leaves. You find out a lot. You find out who's going to pray with you when there's no words left. And you also learn some unexpected things, like the fact that Joy Reid probably needs a really, really good hug. And honestly, I'm here for it if she needs it. I got a good hug for you. Good hug for you. I'll even touch the back of your head. But I love you guys. But here's what I've learned the most in these past 3 months is that my husband, he deeply mattered on a multitude of levels. So much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated how much of a peacemaker he was and how much of a coalition builder he was. Because when he was assassinated, we saw infighting, we've seen fractures, we've seen bridges being burned that shouldn't be burnt. We saw a lot on full display.
Conspiracy theories.
What I knew as a wife, and I'm the same exact way as him. If you are trying to put up fight or flight mode, we're always fight mode. We don't retreat. Charlie would go wherever he needed to go, and I'm the same exact way. Same exact way. And you'll learn that. You'll learn that about me the more that you get to know me. I know I'm new here. I'm new here, but you'll learn. You'll learn. Him and I were not afraid of that. And that's also why the past several months, several weeks, I honored my husband by completing all of his pre-planned fall media tour hits for his book, any commitment he had. I wanted to honor that for him. I wasn't going on a media tour myself. This was for my husband. Because in our household...
Well, I don't understand it. He wrote a book. He was murdered. He didn't act for this death. He was murdered. And she went on and put the book out there for him. It's like, what was all this energy at when he was out touring? He married Erica Kirk. He wanted her to be the CEO if anything happened to him. And that's exactly what happened. Mere mortals that don't pay her mortgage or have to raise her kids don't get to dictate what he wanted to happen regarding his company and his wife. And she goes out and she promotes this book her husband wrote before he died. And somehow that's a bad thing. It's a book Charlie Kirk wrote. So either you're for Charlie Kirk or you're not. Either you're supporting him or you don't. What God has put together, let no man put asunder. When he married her, they were joined as one. So when you attack her, you're essentially attacking him because he made the conscientious decision to marry her because that is how that works. You can't separate one from the other. Even with him being gone, the things that he set out to do, she's doing that. I've never seen her go out on a book tour. I don't think she has. She's doing this simply because she wanted to promote her husband's book. And she's getting attacked for that. She's getting attacked because he wanted her to become the CEO. You know how many married couples out here where one has a company and the other one doesn't? And they don't give their company over to their spouse. They appoint someone else. He made the conscientious decision. So either he had a good judge of character or he didn't. Which one is it? Pick one. For all these people that want to be so concerned about Charlie Kirk, you want to know where his dead body is buried. Weird like that. Either he had a good judge of character or he was horrible at picking people in his life, including a spouse. Which one is it? Because they got 2 kids together, so it's a little too late for that. Especially when your opinions did not shape who he ended up dating and marrying. Your opinions did not help her go through labor and give birth to 2 kids by him. Your opinions don't pay her mortgage. Period. Either he had a good judge of character or he didn't. Pick one. Because it's that simple. You can't make this stuff up. She promoted a book he wrote. It's got his name on it, not hers. It would be different if he wrote the book and then she changes the author of the book and puts her name on it. No, it's his book. It was his name on it. She just went out and promoted it in honor of him because he would have been doing that if he were alive. You're attacking her for being put into this position, for going out and promoting her husband's book. And for what? I'm just trying to get the logic in that nonsense. It's none, but it's always funny to read the bots and the cult members' comments.
Our word is our bond, and when you give it, you uphold it.
Oh,
so
man.
I honored my husband that way.
Right.
And so what I'm inspired by is the fact that Charlie and I, again, will go wherever we need to go, but so will you. That's why you guys are here. All of you are here because you know that you're sitting saying, I want to do something. So that's why you came here. You came here to meet other people, to know that you're not in this fight alone. You're here for a purpose. God made you for a purpose. Students, raise your hands. Out of those students, drop your hands. Put your hands
out now, because I got to ask this. What rights are being infringed upon? And who's infringing upon them? Peep City. Who's infringing upon your rights? Right for what? What right? What right do you have here? I'm just trying to keep up with what rights you think you're being infringed upon. Because I always, don't I make it clear? The Candace cult members in the box, y'all come in here and enter at your own risk, at your own peril. What rights are being lost? Peep City, what rights are you thinking are being infringed upon? Answer the question. It's simple. Do you need a couple minutes to think about the question? Maybe the words go over your head. Let me know what rights are being infringed upon. Yeah, because it's funny to see something like that.
Stand up if you're in high school.
On a platform you don't own.
All of you. I love it. I love my high schoolers. Charlie had a very special place in his heart for Club America. He's like, how could you not love Club America? All of you, again, going where you need to go. If your Club America is not set up or you want to set one up, step right into your admin's office. College students, raise your hands. Got a lot of them. So where you got to be willing to go is on your campus. That means either starting a chapter, joining a chapter, maybe even one day putting up a tent in the quad. We're not afraid. For churchgoers, hold your pastor accountable for biblical citizenship.
Not an argument. Answer the question.
Okay?
It's simple.
There are so many ways to get involved. That's why Charlie built Turning Point USA the way he did. He didn't care your race, your age, your background. If Charlie listened to every single person that told him, you're too young to make a difference, you don't have enough connections, you're not going to do it, he would have let that noise consume him, and he would not have built the machine that he has built today. So don't you dare let anyone tell you you're too young, you're not smart enough, and you're not connected enough. As long as you're a part of Turning Point USA, we will empower you and give whatever you need to be able to make that come to life. Okay? Charlie wasn't just a speaker, he wasn't just a political thinker, he wasn't just a thought leader. Again, he was a bridge, he was a pathway, he was a connection point to generations. He was a pathway and connection point to communication, to inner politics. And he also looked at a generation that has been mocked, that has been dismissed, that has been discouraged, and told them, you matter, your ideas matter, your decisions matter. And he would say this country is still worth defending and still worth sacrificing for. So, like all of you, this is our turning point as well, especially as we move into 2026. And I want to share with you, off this paper, I'm not going to wing it this one because I want all of you guys to absorb the magnitude of these numbers. The number of student requests to get involved since 9/10, 140,000 plus get involved requests have been submitted since 9/10. 140,000. Total number of students involved. This is involved within Turning Point USA. 1 million plus students involved in Turning Point USA. Current chapter numbers as of December 18th, 2025. 3,082 Club America chapters. 1,432 college chapters. So that leaves 4,514 total chapters as of today. And we are starting 50 chapters per day at Turning Point USA. It's amazing. Something I also love right now is how we are getting some amazing state partnerships with Club America. I want to give a huge shout out to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's in the house. Florida. Okay. Indiana. Texas. Of course. And Tennessee.
Oh, boy.
Another turning point for us for 2026 is the Make Heaven Crowded Tour, something I'm very excited about. For those of you who attended the memorial service, that revival is a slice of heaven that I'm going to make sure we take around this whole entire country. So we have different tour stops that are going to be coming up that I want you guys to be aware of. Feel free to take a picture whenever they put it up there. But if you're in any of these cities, we are bringing that to you. It's going to be amazing. God is so good. God is so good. I also want to note that our church partnership, since 9/10, we have over 8,000 church partnerships and counting. This one's very special to me. Charlie's love for debate will always be the DNA of Turning Point USA. We believe in debate because we believe in truth, and we believe in civil discourse because we believe that truth can withstand scrutiny. So that is why we will be launching the Pick Up the Mic initiative and getting back on campus for Prove Me Wrongs and campus tour events this spring and fall of 2026. I'm also really excited about everything that we're doing at Turning Point Action. We are locked in and mission focused for both 2026 and 2028. We're investing in states and not just in races. So what I mean by that is we are building the red wall, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire. That's going to be very important to us. We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 and the most resounding way possible. And for our hometown Arizona folks, are you guys in the house? Arizona? Go bigs or go home is where we're at right now mentally. But my husband didn't build this movement so people could feel comfortable. He built this movement so people could feel brave and to be brave with action. So people could see on full display that when you stop talking to people, especially those that you disagree with, you are the one that actually becomes weaker. Let that sink in. So you may not agree with everyone on this stage this weekend, and that's okay. Welcome to America. Charlie would have welcomed that. He believed disagreement was something not to be canceled. It was something to confront with clarity, courage, and grace. And Charlie loved truth way more than conformity. So this weekend for me personally is laced with nostalgia and it's laced with hope. But deeper than that, it's about carrying forward what Charlie built and ultimately what he gave his life for. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. The mission didn't end with Charlie's life. It's being lived out through each and every one of you in your own way. Again, it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your race, doesn't matter your background. AmFest is not about echo chambers. It's very important to know that because it's about sharpening one another. It's about digging deeper into ideas instead of retreating into slogans. And it's about remembering that freedom requires responsibility.
Yes.
And truth requires courage.
Yep.
So my challenge to you this weekend is very simple. Don't just attend AmFest. Let it mark you. Let it stretch you. Let it challenge assumptions, strengthen convictions, and maybe even make you a little uncomfortable because that's where growth happens, in those moments. Let it be another turning point in your life. Another moment where you decide not to drift, not to disengage, not to give into cynicism, but to stand up boldly, to be brave, to speak clearly, because that is how we are going to honor Charlie. We are going to honor him not just with words, but with action. So with that, welcome to AmFest.
So this is something that's going to be all weekend, it seems like. And do people just fly in and stay at a hotel, or how does this go? I imagine this is free, right? Or people got to buy tickets or something like that. How does this work? I'm seriously asking. I one thing she said is, having, the courage to tell the truth and understanding that your rights comes with responsibilities. When your rights infringe upon the rights of others, then it's not a matter of you exercising a right. Now you're just bullying. You don't get to supersede over the rights of someone else while you think you're exercising something recklessly without any care or concern of the truth. That is why Candace is being sued. Because she thinks she has the right to exercise free speech at the expense of someone else's character, company, their ability to bring in donations and generate revenue, all being damaged in the process. That's not free speech. That's not free expression. That's defamation. You have a reckless disregard of the truth and you're making provable false statements. There's no rights being exercised in that. None. I can tell the truth and not have to damage someone else's credibility in the process. So, like I said, I put the information out there. You guys take from that what you will. I did enjoy her little hitting jab at the Egypt thing. She said, look at that. The moment I say Egypt, my tablet turns back on. It was an iPad or something like that. That was funny. She has a way, and I think that's, this is someone I can't imagine her and Candace Owens debating, because Candace doesn't debate. She just overtalks and starts yelling and screaming and talking fast. She thinks that's how you win a debate. That's not how you win. It's all about being poised, really, and being able to present evidence and facts and articulate it in a way to where it provokes thought and critical thinking and leads to reasonable questions. People ask stupid questions. There's a such thing as stupid questions. But anyone in Candace's camp, they're not asking reasonable questions and questions that can actually be answered. You can ask dumbass questions all day, but if there's no answer to the questions and you're just asking the same question over again, you're not asking questions. You're showing us your level of intellect. That's it. And for Candace, she has somewhat, she claims she has a team. Somewhat of a team that can go out and research, get information, bullying your way to try to get people to give you interviews or to show you a tape. Someone mentioned she saw a video from behind. She didn't see that video. That's the problem. She wanted to see that video from the SD card, from that camera, where she's lying about there's no blood, but blood came out of his body, because everybody else's video showed the same thing. But then she turns around and says she wanted to see this video footage and she never saw it. So how can she claim there's no blood? Those are the lies that she tells that people don't ask questions about. Well, Candace, you said you haven't seen the video. That's what you called the young man that took the camera down and all of that. You reached out to him. You wanted him to show you that. And he told you he had turned it over to the investigators, to the state of Utah, the Attorney General, to the FBI. He gave it to where it needed to go. But you claimed that there's no blood in something when blood came out of his body. And no matter what angle you see, you will see that blood spot. And it's like she relives that moment he was shot. And at the end of the day, still produces nothing viable. Basic biology and human anatomy and science just goes out the window. Can't have blood spray one way and you don't see it from another angle. From behind him, you're going to see all of that. It was not only behind him, it was also elevated. And it was angled to look down. So the fact she hasn't even seen it, just like she didn't have any concrete evidence of that message that she admitted to, If you lie about one thing major, I don't have a reason to trust that you're not lying about something else. No, you're lying. You're just lying like hell. But that's what people want to go on. And they don't have the courage to ask her, well, if you said you didn't see it and you wanted to see it, then how can you say what's on it? Or if you said that you are in fear of your life, then why won't you post the text message you sent to the FBI? Or those payments from Club to Sant, dealing with gastronomy and people who eat meals and drink wine. Where's that at? Where are those payments? Where's that paper trail? Why are you asking friends to help you find a paper trail that doesn't exist? How would they start to begin to look for something like that? Logic says you're trying to go find a paper trail. Wouldn't Candace tell us the name of that person that called her and said this paper trail exists? How else would you begin to find that information? No logic at all. But wants people to go out and find paper trails with no starting point information to go on. We don't know the name of this high-ranking French government employee. There are 100 people in the Club de Sant. We don't know who these people are. How do you start with finding information like that? But yet Candace didn't ask a pivotal question of, can you please send me the email on these receipts for these transactions? She couldn't ask that simple, logical question. But yet in anything else, she's asking questions. No, she's just being an idiot. The end. That's all I got, y'all. We'll play Army tomorrow. I just want you all to make sure you guys tune in. Tomorrow we're going to do the 3 shows, or later on today because it's Friday where I'm. But later on today, we're going to do, if she goes live, we'll do 3 episodes. If not, we'll be doing 2. And on Saturday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to be having a special live with Nick Brooks, the fantastic attorney in California that is pumping out the content and speaking the truth, remaining impartial, being fair. Come with your questions. And I ask the mods, the fantastic mods, if you can tune in. I know it's Christmas coming up. If you can tune in, please do, so we can have all hands on deck. Because when I have guests on, I don't like to, y'all know how it is. And the bots and the candy ass cult members, they still learn. But that's I refuse to allow a special guest to sit here and read dumb comments where it's a copy and paste. You ask the same thing 5 times. Like, or to see him get attacked because they don't like someone talking about their Lord and Savior, Candace Owens. We're not here to embellish her. Or we're not here to even, I don't owe her a compliment. I don't even owe her that. So, Saturday, I'm excited. You guys tune in. Tomorrow as well. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. Let's get the supers in. Let's see here. Man, thank you all. Wow. Oh my God. I don't even know where I left off. Thank you so much, Pat Brooks, for the 1999 super. Thank you, Pat Brooks, again for the $9.99 super. Lady Luck, do you think she honestly didn't even look him up before putting him on her channel? No. I don't think she looked him up at all. He gave her some credentials that she redacted like crazy. And you guys see the thumbnail. How can you verify anything where everything is redacted except his fake name that he changed somehow? It's one name based on the documentation you guys provided me, but then she calls him Harry Myers. We have no it's silly things like that. You would think, if anything, if he claims that he saw Erica Kirk at this, military base, he will provide either images of her on the military base from the video, the surveillance camera footages, or he will just provide the video footages itself. Because he's supposed to be this so-called high-ranking somebody in the U.S. Army. He's discharged, but somehow he's able to get on base. How does that happen? And go to some building where they're having some top secret meeting. And he can also see a transponder cut off. Oh no, she didn't look him up at all. His name can be Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse and Scooby-Doo all at the same time. And she would not give a damn. Candace doesn't care. She's trying to cover her butt and to give credence and validation to somebody whom we don't care about. Did he pull the trigger on the gun? Is this person that you brought on your show, Candace, the man that pulled the trigger on the gun? If not, we don't give a damn about him. We don't care. It's just all the stuff we don't care about that. She makes this stuff important because Candace, deep down at the end of the day, is trying to hide the fact that she does not want to face the Macrons in court. And I'll be providing updates on this lawsuit as well, because next year it'll be here before you know it. And they have got to have this damn motion hearing on the dismissal docketed at least, or scheduled. I don't know what's taking so long for that, but they need to hear the hell up. So we'll go over those updates, see if there's updates, and then pull up the court calendar, the judge's calendar, and see what they got going on. Judge Rennie, hopefully he scheduled a hearing for this motion to dismiss, and go from there. But no, she doesn't vet her tips. She certainly didn't vet this person. And she asks leading questions. It was just god awful. Yeah, man. It just it gives a bad name to journalists. But thank you so much for the $9.99 super. I appreciate that. And then march on for the $20 super. Thank you so much. Good evening, Miss LLC. Candace seemed to take such pleasure in allowing this man identify Miss Erica as the possible woman at that alleged meeting. Sad. Thank you for helping us to understand the whole seal to the truth. Yeah, we're here for this all day, Candace. We're debunking you. That's it. I mean, I'm gonna, if she lies, I'm gonna put out the truth. Candace won't speak on Blexit though, and these so-called LLCs, one of which connects to Parler Inc. I'm still curious as to why Kanye West didn't buy Parler Inc. He probably had to know about the shady dealings and the money. Candace, it doesn't take much. It's simple math. Shout out to you all for adding into the conversations and giving me information. I vet my stuff. Y'all can see I have evidence to corroborate it. Typically, you have the main information and then you have something to corroborate behind it. That way you have a secondary, line of resource or a documentation or anything, so that you can show the consistency in the information. She doesn't even start with the first line of defense. So it's, child, I just want the security camera footage from this military base, because Erica Kirk would have been captured on video going into the base. And how did she get there again? Candace, what vehicle did Erica Kirk drive through or ride on to get through this, the military security checkpoint? You can't just walk onto a military base. I don't even know, even if it's shut down, I mean, no one would be there. But I just, who does that? You can't just walk on it. She will have to have a reason to be there. And you're talking about some secret meeting with high-ranking military official or military personnel. You can't just have a regular civilian walk into a meeting like that and she not get captured on a camera. She would be on a camera. That's the level of logic Candace she doesn't even care. She doesn't even care if the lie makes sense. It doesn't. And she still lies about it. Security camera footage. Candace, security camera footage. You didn't ask this clown for it. Shout out to Heather Rose for the 49 super. Thank you so much. Have you seen the YouTube video of Mitch Snow talking about an organization called Dive Pirates? Yeah, we haven't gotten to that yet, but we're going to check that out tomorrow. But I did get a screenshot on that, and we played it earlier. So you guys make sure if you're in the replay, start from the beginning. And I do pull up some screenshots of the LinkedIn profile, the Dive Pirates, and some other information, a photo. It's just, Candace is going all out the way for any and everything that has nothing to do with who pulled the trigger on the gun. All out the way for this. We're no closer to getting to that point. Candace, did you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's death? I just feel like I had to ask. I've never seen somebody fight this hard to try to circumvent everything and not actually put out anything that gets anyone closer to a second shooter or someone else that's concretely involved with evidence. It makes no sense. Egyptian planes. Oh my God. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Heather Rose, for the $4.99 super. And then march on with another $10 super. Thank you so much. Bless you from the bottom of my heart. Hope you and yours are having a wonderful Christmas season in spite of all this insanity perpetuated by CO. Yeah, I mean, listen. Candace doesn't get to me because I know she lies like hell. I honestly don't expect her to do anything any differently. Erica Kirk told her to stop. She didn't stop. I just hope Erica Kirk files a lawsuit. It will be a bit of a letdown if she doesn't even try, because there's no way Candace should be getting away with this stuff. She's not even using basic logic and reason. She won't even go to the UVU campus. So hopefully they're seriously considering a lawsuit, because that meeting, all it did was give Candace more content. That's all it did. And Erica Kirk did not have to do that. She did not have to go out there and meet up with her in Tennessee, knowing that this probably would lead to more content. But I'm glad she still hasn't said her name. It's epic. So yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then we have the memberships that I was able to give out, and I'm happy about that. And you guys, make sure you enjoy those memberships. They last 30 days. So, and is it Jacqueline? Thank you for the $1.99 super. Just had to send this to you. Thanks for playing. Absolutely. Absolutely. So tomorrow, we're all going to laugh and giggle at Candace Owens in 3 episodes, possibly. Definitely the 2 from Wednesday and Thursday. And we'll be back on Saturday with it again. And with our, discussion and interview with Nick Brooks. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. Leave your comments and thoughts below. And until the next one, you guys have a good evening. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.